Yes, and my audio might be on Wayne County now. We're working on getting the radar imagery back up here. Give me a second. We'll at least have uh, the radar imagery here momentarily. As
Dustin, by the way, apparently I'm still streaming on my end, and so we can pick it back off my stream for a little bit if you want. That ain't no problem with me at all. While you're still trying to get back online, if you're having trouble, that is still. So
mine is almost back up.
okay, okay. So again, folks, Dustin over at Wayne County now. He's about to get his radar system back up and going here. And by the way, I want to thank those who are tuning in to us for severe weather coverage again. A severe line of storms moving through southern Illinois at this time. It's already moving past Fairfield, already moving past Sisney and Jeff. Mount Erie, you're right there. It's right there at your back door. Golden Gate as well. Let's take a look here at the velocity data while Dustin is still getting his computers back up online. And you can actually see here as I draw a little line here as this line continues to move to the east at about 60 miles per hour. That's more than highway speed. That's close to interstate state speed. Or as we go back to the Spaceballs term of ludicrous speed right there as it's moving to the east at about 60 miles per hour. We do have a strong pocket of wind northeast of Fairfield. It's a little darker blue right there. But again, it seems like the wind and the way this line is blowing out, that has been the story with this line as it continues to move to the east at about 60 miles per hour. Let me go ahead and read to you guys the information regarding Edwards County. Our neighbors to the east here. As 747, severe storms are located along a line extending from 6 miles south of Clay City to 8 miles south of Fairfield, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Spotters report wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour in Wayne County. Dustin, that's going to trained weather spotters.
And I can
So,
tell you, I felt that on my side of town. I can tell you, we have an audio stream up on my Wayne County now, right now. We're still trying to
okay.
get the radar visual back, but right now I can confirm we have audio at least.
Okay, so anyway, 70 mile per hour wind gust and $half sized hail. So that is definitely severe criteria both ways in terms of the wind and hail. Again, trained weather spotters. So again, this is for our neighbors to the east of us, over in Edwards and Wabash counties. The impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. This has the considerable thunderstorm damage threat tag with it. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations, Princeton, Indiana, because this also covers Gibson County, Mount Carmel, Fort Branch, Albion, Grayville, Lancaster, Hobstadt, Owensville, West Salem, Patoka, Indiana, Allendale, Belmont, Hazleton, Decker, Bone Gap, Keensburg, and Browns. You have I-64 over in Indiana near mile marker 1. Also I-64 in Illinois between mile markers 121 and 130. I would also advise motorists who may be traveling Highway 130. That's a north-south highway that a lot of truckers use to get from 64 to 70 and vice versa. You also look at Highway 15, Route 1. You also have the country back roads, the one that cuts through West Salem and Lancaster. It goes to Allendale. That'd be part of the 161 extension right there is what I still call it anyway. But any country highway you can think of. Again, this line of storms already in the eastern side of the county and is coming into Edwards County. The line, the leading edge right now of the wind already at about the Wayne Edwards County line. So here it is here, folks. Fairfield right there on the backside of the right now the backside of that red. Golden Gate, you guys are on the leading edge of this. Mount Erie, you're already in the storm, we'll say. Barnhill, Mill Shoals, you're already in the storm. By the way, do have a report, an MPing report that came in just a minute ago. Someone sent in an MPing report of lawn furniture or trash cans displaced, small twigs broken. And again, trained weather spotters reporting that wind. Dustin, we talked about the trained weather spotters reporting 70 mile per hour winds. And so I also like to encourage people to Dustin, for Wayne County Now on Facebook If they have any damage reports, feel free to post that.
Yeah, and I with those damage reports, we have connections to the National Weather Service. We're actually talking in NWS chat with the warning coordinator, the person that issues the warnings for the Weather Service. We have connections there, and we can relay that information. On the Wayne County Now stream right now, you're looking live at power outages in Wayne County, courtesy of Wayne White Electric and Jasper Township. Several outages there. Looking at Lombard Township, several outages there. Northern and western portions of Wayne County seeing the leading sign of power outages right now.
And Dustin, I'm also seeing on the velocity radar, if you want to check on your end, I am seeing a strong pocket of wind in northern Wayne County, which is right between Sisseton and Mount Airy. So,
yes, I'm seeing that same pocket. And I think what we were referring to, what I was looking at when the tornado warning came down, is it looked more straight line wind coming through our area. And I feel that's kind of what went through.
I agree with that because I did not see on my end. I'm using a different radar system than you, Dustin, but on my end, I did not see any, couplet. I did not see any, correlation coefficient signature. So I think it was more of a straight line event is what we just saw here.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm getting ready to check with the sheriff's office, see if there's anything that may have been reported to the sheriff's office as well. Texting right now with Sheriff Chris Odie to see if he's got anything. By the way,
Sure.
if you have reports, you can send them to us, and we will relay them to the National Weather Service as well as EMA for you. That way they can work on information as well.
And Dustin, I am going to pull up real quick your Facebook page, if you don't mind, on my end.
Go
and
right
that way
ahead.
let people know let people know about it. So just give me a moment here as I'm holding on to my phone up to the mic and then doing this at the same time. So there
Technology.
you go.
Well, and right now, I'm getting ready to switch back to high-res reflectivity, which is, and you can see that bow in the line. That's typically, with that bow in the line, that's typically a sign of straight line winds.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I saw it bowing out pretty hard too, and it still is bowing out on your radar because I'm seeing it right now.
Yes, the leading edge on the county line. So let me draw this out for Edwards County. I'm gonna draw this out to Mount Carmel. These are going, I believe you said 60?
I said 60 mile per hour, yeah.
Okay, there you go. 6 minutes to Albion, Bone Gap in 9, Browns in 10, Belmont in 14, Keensburg in 16, Maud in 16, Ogden in 18, Strode Station in 18, Skelton in 21, Mount Carmel in 21, East Mount Carmel and Gibson County in 22. That includes the Duke Energy Gibson Generating Station. So if you have anyone that's working at Duke at Gibson Station, you might want to give them a heads up if they haven't gotten the heads up already by officials at the plant.
Mm-hmm. And Dustin, if you don't mind on your end, is there a way where, I don't know with your, I don't know with Omega here, but is there a way where maybe, because I feel like, the strong part of the line is, I would say about Noble all the way down to Mill Shoals, don't you think? And maybe we can, I was thinking maybe it wouldn't hurt to have those communities as well.
Yeah, I can work on a different track for those. I've got it to where Noble all the way down into Franklin County where there's stuff there. I'm hearing I'm hearing sirens heading to a part of town. Fairfield Rural responding. So that is from Ken Odie. And I believe we just, I just heard something drop here. And I think that's an update to our tornado warning.
Okay.
As of 7, okay, that's not an update to the tornado warning. But it's pulling an update from something, so let's look.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be an update to the warning for Edwards and Wabash. Maybe. What time is it? 8 o'clock is the time, so.
7:47, that's the latest update. It's 8 o'clock right now, straight up.
Yeah,
You know, for some of us, it's kind of weird. You say it's 8 o'clock and you don't have to give a station ID.
that's true. Back in our radio days, man. Back in our radio
Yes.
days, but
Yes.
yeah, just a nasty line. I mean, I'm also reading here the comments, and so I've also, again, Justin, I'm still on your feed here, and so,
Yeah.
but I did see someone post a comment about the Albion siren going off, and I think that's a good call by Albion, given what we're seeing out of this line and what we experienced here.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, we lost our signal. Right now, Wayne White is reporting over 1,000 without power. Let's pull that map up for you on the screen. And I'm going to look at it on my screen. Grover Township, the biggest outage area, 406 without power in Grover Township, 201 in Lamar, 185 in Jasper Township. So far, actually, it's saying 1167 without power in Wayne County, pretty much, is where those outages are. I'm going to see if I can get the Ameren numbers. A new severe thunderstorm warning just north of us. It is involving portions of East Clay, Central Richland, and Lawrence counties, also southern Crawford County. National Weather Service issuing that severe thunderstorm warning till 9 Central Time at 8 p.m. Severe thunderstorm located near Parkersburg or near Olney, moving northeast at 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. I expect damage to roofing, siding, and trees. The locations impacted in this warning include Olney at 8:05, Sumner at 8:15. Other locations include Russellville. And the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust is from emergency management in Richland County. So I imagine that might have been some of the winds we might have felt here. Let me take this back for a second, and we can look, because Parkersburg is that southern edge. So might have been winds that were felt in the Mount Erie area as well.
Yeah, I talked about that pocket earlier that was right between Sisney and Mount Erie there, and maybe because of that pocket of strong wind that we just saw a few minutes ago.
Update on the tornado warning for extreme northeastern Wayne County now. At 8:01 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes were along a line extending from 8 miles west of Parkersburg to 7 miles southwest of Albion. Moving east at 45, tornado and ping pong ball size hail the hazards. It is radar indicated. It will remain mainly over rural areas of northeastern Wayne County, including Mount Erie and Golden Gate. So if you're in Mount Erie and Golden Gate, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Granted, we've not seen anything to believe that there is anything on the ground. What we're seeing here on radar, I think Derek can confirm this, straight line winds.
Yeah, I mean, just the way it's bowing out. And Dustin, you and I have covered storms before, in radio, and it's just when you see that bowing out, and even when I stepped outside just right before the storm hit, you can see like a little shove cloud kind of, especially that gust front coming in. I think it's more of a straight line wind threat is what I'm thinking. And I mean, and of course, let's not forget too that any part of this line can still spin up a brief tornado. Let's not forget about that, because if it does that, then that enhances the damage and that increases the damage.
That is very true. That's part of it. And right now, that bow is in Edwards County. So Albion right now really seeing it. They're on the leading edge there. They're about to get the straight line winds. That area, West Salem as well. Mount Carmel, let me put a track on you for a second. This is I'm just going to do this for Mount Carmel, 60, going into Wabash County just from the Albion side. It'll be Browns in 2 minutes, Belmont in 6 minutes, Maud in 9, Schroed Station in 10, Mount Carmel in 14, East Mount Carmel in 15.
It'll be here before we do it, and so it's again traveling pretty quick, as we mentioned. And Dustin, one thing for sure about this line, when you think about this for a moment, this is the fastest moving, line of storms that we've seen today. The others have been slow moving, but this one has really kicked it up a notch in speed.
And by the way, we've been talking all day. Wayne County has not been in a tornado watch all day. I
Yes.
think they just added Wayne County to the tornado watch.
Are you kidding me?
No, the Storm
Wow.
Prediction Center in Norman just added Wayne County to the tornado watch. I mentioned something about a chime moments ago. That's what that chime was.
Yes. And you're right because I heard that chime too in the background, and so I didn't know what it was, but I'm really surprised because you and I were talking earlier about this, thinking you would think that maybe they would add like Wayne, Edwards, Wabash. I can see that, but to add Wayne County, that's just weird to me at this point in time.
Yeah. And one thing to think about, it is 8:06 right now.
Yes.
Is it over is the real question. Let's look to the west. It looks like they are starting to trim counties from the
Yes.
tornado watch to the west, which is a good sign that this might be the last of it. So Wayne County might be one and done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here too. Yeah. Because I think this is the main event for us here in Wayne County. And once this main event moves past, then as you mentioned, they're starting to trim that tornado watch. And so, you look at St. Louis Metro, they were underneath one. Chester, for example, Perryville. That is very encouraging. So there's a little bit of a positive right there, positive news.
Yeah, and looking back around in Randolph County, some of the stuff we can do on this radar system when there's no watches in the area. We can look at power outages in certain counties. Randolph County, Chester area, they've been hit all day.
Yes, they have.
They've taken it black, blue, and bruised.
Yeah.
2,080 customers currently without power there. Down in St. Genevieve County, another place that's been hit pretty good. 1,625 without power in that area.
What about Perry County? Yeah.
Perry County, I can't get the data just yet because there's a tornado watch box there. So I'll tell you what I can do. Maybe I can turn off there's an update to something there. I believe flash flood warnings have been issued to our south. That's an update.
Yeah, it is.
So, the flash flood warning update down south. I just like we were talking about. It kind of is baffling the fact that they wait until the middle of the tornado warning to add a tornado watch to Wayne County.
Yeah, after it had passed. By the way, here, folks, just if you want, I'd like to cut in real quick. For those of you that may be wondering, I see like some people are wondering. Just want to give an update here. The line has moved to the east. It's already impacting Edwards County. The tornado warning that was for the northeastern part of the county, along with Wayne County, that has actually been allowed to expire. It's been canceled. So Wayne County is underneath a tornado watch. Again, it's a watch that the Storm Prediction Center just issued, but the line itself that moved through Fairfield is already impacting Edwards County. It's making its way into the western side of Wabash County.
Hamilton County, by the way, we've not talked about a storm down in Hamilton and White counties. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there. As of 8:05 p.m., thunderstorms are just west of McLeansboro, moving east at 50. Locations in that warning include Carmine, McLeansboro, North City, Infield, Thompsonville, Dahlgren, Hannaford, Broughton, Springerton, and Macedonia. And plenty of heavy rainfall there. But
we talked about it earlier about the training, yeah.
Looks like the storm is starting to weaken there, though. As well, looking at some of the latest scans on the precipitation side. I'm going to switch over to high-res velocity data, and not showing much on that right now. What we've been seeing, as mentioned, straight line. A lot of straight line winds. Yep. So let me get to where I can take off the watch boxes for a second on our side, because I'm going to look at something.
Yeah, while you're doing that here, I want to go ahead and mention, shout out to our linemen emergency responders who are
Yes.
out and about right now doing these service calls. Road conditions are not really the best right now, so I want to give a shout out to them, and we are thankful for all of you.
Currently, Wayne County, 1,177 without power in Wayne County. That's according to information. Jefferson County, 4,707 without power. Nothing out of the Hamilton County available. Perry County, 2,484 without power.
Mm. There was some strong rotation earlier around Pinckneyville and DeCorn and Pickon.
Yes, no, we were watching it on here, and there was pretty distinct coupling, it looked like.
There was. I saw it too.
I'm going to put that tornado watch back on the screen here just a second. That way we only took that watch off so that way we can look at the power numbers on radar.
Right.
And that's one of the cool things we have on our radar system, and we can check that. And I think we have updated numbers now from Wayne White. I'm gonna full screen on my end. Now 1,435 without power. Right now, according to this, Grover Township 406 without power. 185 still in Jasper. Lamar 202. Indian Prairie 120. Orchard Township 161. There's other areas. Mount Erie currently reporting 12 without power.
By the way, Dustin, I want to say real quick, I tried to get the radar on my computer and I can't for some reason. So I am really going to just download this radar after we're done and just be like, I am using it from now on.
Oh, the one I have?
Yes.
Okay. I will tell you what it is. So
Radar Omega, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah, there is a subscription to it, but it's worth it. New tornado.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're watching in Knox County, Indiana, northern Wabash County, Illinois, new severe thunderstorm warning just issued by the National Weather Service. And that was... Okay, this one's the other one. We'll take that here in a second. This is an update on the one with Gibson County. We'll check that out here in a second. But with the new severe thunderstorm warning for Knox and Daviess counties in Indiana, that goes until 10:15 Eastern time. 9:11 p.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms were along a line extending from near Olney to near Mount Carmel to near Grayville, moving east at 60. Trained weather spotters are reporting 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. Expect considerable tree damage likely to mobile homes, roofing, and outbuildings. Locations in this warning include Vincennes, Washington, Bicknell, Odin, Elnora, Monroe City, Wheatland, Bruceville, Plainville, Montgomery, Edwardsport, Decker, Crane, Cannelberg, Alfredsville, West Boggs Lake, Freelandville, Vincennes University, and Glendale Fishery. Remain alert for possible tornadoes. There is a possible tornado attack on this. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado at once, go inside a basement or a small central room in a sturdy structure. And I believe this might be part of the warning that was impacting our area. This was that line that went through Fairfield.
Same line because, again, Dustin, the trained weather spotters, just as you just read that and I was reading it along with you, still having that 60, 70 mile per hour wind gust, but also, the considerable damage tag. I saw that at the top of the screen and the tornado possible. So this line, I think it's still holding itself together pretty good for the most part.
I know some of us have friends watching in other places. If you're watching other than Wayne County, we welcome you. Whether you're watching on Derek's page or on Wayne County Now. So, apologize, we took a power hit earlier, lost our stuff temporarily, but hey, we're back.
We are back on, yes.
And luckily, we did not sustain a major outage here in this portion of Fairfield. Now, I can't say that for every place because there There are several outages right now, and speak of several outages, this is the latest list. It just updated from Wayne White. Now 1492. It's getting closer to 1500, but I think they're going to start getting to where they can restore it. And mainly the outages are Wayne County, some in the Flora area. So up around Flora, there's some outages to report. So I would say there's not that many up there. About maybe 20 at the most.
Yeah, right now, Grover, which is Fairfield,
Yes.
really the majority, pretty much the highest number, about 19%. But of course, 406 is the number out right now. That's the highest number, I should say. But
Yeah.
I would also like to mention, if maybe, like, and I'm just being, let's say, like, the power's restored and everything, and you still have an outage, please report it to Wayne White. I would like to get that out.
You can report it through the Smart Hub app or call 618-842-2196. Those are two ways you can reach out to Wayne White. I'm going to work on getting Ameren numbers as well, because
Yes.
not everyone, and let me see what that is. That's some update here. I don't know which one it is exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see any.
I'm not seeing any blinking. So
Was it the Saline County? No, I'm trying to think.
that flash flood warning expires in 28 minutes. But typically that's either there's an update to the tornado watch or it's a flash flood warning on that sound. So let me look, see if there's... Tornado watch continues until midnight. And let me look at... This is something we can pull with the tornado watch data. There you go. Overall tornado threat, 70%. E2 to F5, or EF2 to EF5, 60%. 80% chance of wind damage, 80% chance of hail damage. Overall severe hazard risk, 95% in this watch.
And by the way, Wayne White just messaged us. Thanks for helping us spread the word on outages, guys. We appreciate Wayne White, and be safe out there.
Yeah, they're working very hard, and I think I just no new update on that right now, but definitely am working on trying to get that information out as quick as I can. I'm getting Ameren's information as well, because there are some counties that are on Ameren. And like over in, I think that's down south of our area. And
by the way, would also like, sorry to butt in, Dustin. I was going to say real quick, we're seeing the end here, looking at the rain and storms here. The end of it's about I-57, it looks like, from what I'm seeing here on your radar. So it looks like we have a little bit more to go until, this rain and storms is out of our region, and just having to see the northern part of Evansville underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like. But if you look at the bigger picture, we do have some storms over in Missouri, about the central part.
Yes, I think you and I are both seeing the same thing, and these are kind of starting an east-northeast trend. But mainly, I'm just going to draw it towards Evansville, and it appears they're moving at about the same speed. I'll just say 55 here, just to throw a speed out there. This is just for interest, 3 hours from Fairfield.
That's about 11 o'clock after 11.
There is tornado watch until midnight. So, just to pass that along.
Yeah, we may have a few more hours to go of this, and it's like the old question: when will it stop? It's But again, Southern Illinois, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of heavy storms in the 618. And again, when you have a lot of rain that falls in a short amount of time, flooding can occur. And for some of these counties, they're tired of the rain. They don't want any more.
You were talking about severe thunderstorm warning. Northwestern Warwick, northern Vanderburgh, southeast Gibson, northeastern Posey, Pike County until 9:15. At 8:18 p.m. Central, 9:18 Eastern, severe thunderstorms were along a line extending from near Patoka to near Poseyville, moving east at 65. So these are picking up and putting down. Locations impacted include Oakland City, Petersburg, Hobstadt, Poseyville, Winslow, Cynthiana, Francisco, Somerville, Spurgeon, and Mackey. Includes I-69 between mile markers 17 and 52 and I-64 between mile markers 5 and 30. These are radar indicated threats. 60 mile an hour wind gusts, the biggest threat here. So the good news is we're not talking about hail. We can tell you we're seeing some information on power outages down in Saline County. So give me a second. Let me take off 2 layers here.
Go ahead. And by the way, that storm in Saline County, that really has exploded within the past few frames.
That it has. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there now. This is the third time they've been under the gun. Western White, southeastern Jefferson, northern Saline, Hamilton, and eastern Franklin under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. It's currently 8:22. 60 mile an hour wind gust and $50 size hail are radar indicated threats. It's heading towards the Carmi area potentially, or that's a different warning. Yeah, that was a different warning. There's one that was issued 8:15 for southeastern Williamson, Saline County as well. 8:15 thunderstorm was located near Carrier Mills, or 9 miles west of Harrisburg, moving east at 50. 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail radar indicated threats. Harrisburg, El Dorado, Carrier Mills, Raleigh, Stonefort, and Muddy in this. And they've been beat up too. They had a large and dangerous tornado in their area earlier.
And I tell you what, I saw Nick Halson of WSIL Channel 3, and he posted a photo of a building, and I mentioned on my stream earlier that it's like it just kind of went right through a grater, like a shredder in a way. And again, this is again where the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, Harrisburg was in that enhanced risk or high or pretty much close
moderate.
to it, and moderate, yeah.
So this is something that we have on the radar here. If you notice this pink line right here on the screen where my hand is on there, moderate risk. A new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Hamilton and White counties that goes until 9:15. 8:22 p.m. severe thunderstorm located near Norris City, or 8 miles southeast of McLeansboro, moving east at 40. 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, radar indicated threats. Locations include Carmi, Norris City, Enfield, Broughton, Monty, and Phillipstown. And the 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail are radar indicated threats. We were just talking that there were storms, and I just saw the flash.
Yep. And by the way, Dustin, I like to mention for Carmi, it seems like one theme about these storms that we've seen here today is how they're starting to develop that hook on the southwest side. It seems like it's been a common theme with them, and I'm seeing a little bit of a hook right there for Carmi, so something to take note of.
Let me go to with that hook. I think you and I both know what that hook could mean.
I'm just kind of curious about the rotation part of it, the velocity.
So this is high res velocity data, and this is out of Paducah. Let me go to Evansville on the radar. That's a lot different data. And this is, let's see here. Nothing too terribly out there as of yet. Unless, take that back. There's some very broad rotation. But you have to, it's very broad. So it's nothing, nothing tight. just to be clear.
I'm looking at that North City area. It looks like to me, kind of see like a little hook in itself. You know, the infield North
Yes.
City with that green. Yeah.
Yes, I'm seeing that, but there's. I'm going to switch over to the MRMS product here, and we're going to go 2-hour rotation window. It's not picking up rotation there. Let me get out of track there for a second. They were
Hey,
picking
Dustin,
up.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, someone asked a quick question. Are any roads closed around here?
I have not heard anything yet from Wayne County. Sheriff Chris Odie has not said anything my way. I've not heard anything. We did hear the Fairfield Rural Fire respond somewhere. I heard sirens, and I was also texted by the sheriff's father. And that would be the one, the only Ken Odie.
Yeah.
So I've not seen anything from him yet in a text saying that there's any road closures. I've not seen anything from the state. Because we've got some more thunder.
That is a good question, because I feel like if you have like any downed trees or any flooded roadways, and again, if you do come across a flooded roadway, and flooded roadways are hard to see at night. So if you happen to be traveling out and about, just turn around, don't drown, find an alternate route to reach your destination, allow some extra time. And also, you know, the tornado warning for Wayne County, again, that has expired. So there's still some storms to the east and south, but should not impact Fairfield at all. So
no, and right now it looks like we're starting to see some weakening on the northern edge of that bow that's going through Princeton up into Lawrence County, back down south of Mount Carmel, almost into extreme northern Posey County, down around the I-64 area.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for something real quick.
Anyway, folks, we appreciate your compliments regarding our storm coverage. We do appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I'm Derek Dunn, by the way, for those of you who are wondering who this is, Dustin Fuller on Wayne County Now. I'd like to introduce myself because I haven't introduced myself yet. But for those of you, if you have any questions, any comments, I did see someone ask about Clay County updates. The storm has passed Clay County, just getting some light rain right now at the moment. And there's another alert.
Tornado warning or not tornado warning. I think I might have had the watch off here. There we go. Let me see. And that's new tornado watch involving counties east of the tri-state pretty much. So basically the Louisville Weather Service office. And they just shifted the lines. I don't know if you saw that on the map a moment ago. The enhanced risk line just went slightly north. So
interesting. I'm wondering if it's because the storm's over in Missouri, probably.
That's what I'm thinking. There is a chance of that. I'm gonna go back that way for a second. This is they're updating tornado watch stuff over in southern Missouri also. This is.
They were underneath the watch earlier, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you, we're not looking at the best information because this is out of Evansville radar. If I were looking out of Paducah or Springfield, it would look a little different. This storm is moving east at 45. So I'm just going to put an interesting track. This appears to do an east-northeast drift, if you know what I mean. So the center part.
Hey, Dustin, real quick. People are wondering, I guess some residents of Fairfield are still in their basement, so
all
I'm guessing
clear.
they get out of the basement now. Yeah, all clear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, folks.
Yeah.
All clear. All clear.
It is all clear. It's been that way for a little bit. So no warnings on the board in Wayne County currently. Looking at what we were just talking about, and granted, this appears to be something that would be heading this way. Let me look here.
See, Grayville, New Harmony, West Salem. You're about in that ballpark there.
4 hours. 4 hours out, that's 1 a.m.
And I'll tell you what, though, again, it's so far away, and there's still a few hours to go. It could actually weaken, and that
is
would be
very
great.
true.
And there's a lot of miles and a few hours to go, and so I think that given the cold front, it hasn't passed through here yet, and so still. We could see what's in Missouri right now make its way over here, and it's kind of moving east-northeast. And the warnings may actually help indicate how fast and how far it's traveling. But
as something we can pull on the screen, there's your front. If you could see that, it's a
yeah, I see now. Yeah,
it's actually at Effingham County, and you could tell.
Yes.
You could tell there's a difference because Crawford County, extreme southern is under a warning, but northern Crawford County, central Jasper County through southern Effingham County, nothing. Back around St. Louis, there's some stuff, but nothing that's at severe limits at the moment. But if you are very far south of that frontal boundary, you're seeing warnings.
Mm-hmm.
And I have it zoomed out just to show this. A update, I think, just came on the severe thunderstorm warning for yes. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for Lawrence County until 9 p.m. For Lawrence County and southeast Richland, the storm will be near Lawrenceville and the Lawrenceville-Vincennes International Airport at 8:35 p.m. Central Time, and Russellville at 8:45. Other locations in the warning include Billet, Calhoun, Pinkstaff, Red Hill State Park, Mount Carmel Airport, Birds, and Claremont. Then over to the Knox County storm warning. That's got a considerable damage tag and possible tornado tag. That's a warning until 10:15 as of 9:11 Eastern, so 22 minutes ago. There's nothing new on this. Just got this from Sheriff Odie. 161 just west of Sisney is closed with power lines all over the roadway. All the roads that have power lines down have been cleared. That is straight from Sheriff Chris Odie.
Okay, and Dustin, again, that was where we saw some of the strongest wind of that line moving through. So
yeah, I'm going to go back to high res velocity, and actually, I'm going to go back a little differently. I'm going to go back to MRMS, and we're going to go back to that rotation. Remember when we were talking about rotation a few minutes ago? This is a 2-hour loop on that rotation, and look.
Yeah.
Look at all that yellow, red, and white.
Yep.
That is strong rotation.
Yep.
Northern part of the county.
By the way here, guys, still getting a few comments about, yes, Fairfield is in the clear, by the way. We just said Fairfield is in the clear. So, and yeah, that northern part of Wayne County, again, talked about that line moving through and just had that strong pocket of wind. And by the way, so for those of you, again, if you know someone who lives on 161, or if you know someone who's going to be traveling, they use 161 to go to work, may want to tell them to find an alternate route.
Well, there's still plenty of time
Yeah.
There's still plenty of time. They're still working on it. As I'm
Also, by the
posting
way,
that update. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Dustin, real quick. For those of you that joined us on Wayne County Now, I encourage you to like the page, follow the page, share it. We're doing our best to provide you up-to-date information and coverage. And that's the thing, though. Even after the storm has passed, there is still damage out there. So for those of you that want to venture on Gawk, don't do it. Stay at home. Let the emergency crews handle the situation. And so, because there's tree limbs down, there's power poles down. Chris already just said, 161. So please, there is still damage out there. So let the emergency crews and the personnel do their job and handle it.
All right, I'm going to go full screen on this here for a second so that way I can see what I'm doing. And this is power outages from Ameren. 402 outages have been reported. This is... I'm trying to look exactly. It's hard to see on my screen because I don't have the mouse cursor. You're seeing certain things that I'm clicking when I'm clicking when I'm clicking on them. So the mouse cursor on this, because I'm actually going through the automation system and doing this.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now I see Mount Vernon. Showing the that's not Mount Vernon. That's west of Mount Vernon. So good news is that is more around the. I believe that is just southwest of Vandalia. Very small amount of outages there. Around Centralia, not very many outages on Ameren. This is Ameren's system, by the way. Several small outages in Jefferson County, 842 in northern Jefferson County on Ameren are reported without power. Let's go south into Mount Vernon proper. 75 there. Blueford, 8 in Blueford. This is Sisney area and 401. So most of Sisney was without power right now, just to be clear. And this would go along with 161 and the text message I just got from Sheriff Odie mentioning 161 is closed in that area. I just had a big lightning flash outside of here, so we're about to get a good clap, maybe.
I think I just heard a rumble of thunder too, by the way.
Yeah. But that is Ameren's outage information. Let's look over at the latest from Wayne White. It's up to 1605. And I'll look at that information, whatever just flashed here in a second. Let's see here. Still Grover Township, City of Fairfield area. The highest amount of outages on the system. Lamard, right up there with it. Jasper, 186. And I believe let's say, update to a severe thunderstorm warning in White County is what that chime was. As of 8:35 p.m., severe thunderstorm was located near Carmi, moving east at 65. Nothing new on that warning, nothing changing on it. So that's some positive news there. Let's go back to radar.
Looks like the line is kind of, in a way, starting to split in two.
Yes, I'm seeing that as well.
Yeah.
Let's play it out a little bit. Yep, it is slightly splitting and trying to rejoin, it looks like, maybe in a way.
Yeah, it's kind of splitting near Grayville, entering Indiana. So, like one half is going to Princeton, the other half is going to remain south and along of I-64.
I had someone try to text me saying there's sirens going off in the city of Evansville, and this is the way the city of Evansville works. It's all or
Yes,
nothing.
exactly. By the way, every time I hear that, Dustin, can I say this? I'm not gonna lie. I keep thinking it's a car horn for some reason.
It's not a car horn. I can promise you. I think it depends on where it is, because sometimes it's stuff that's in our area. Sometimes it's something that you really have to be looking for. And like, I'm going to look to the south, for example. Like, this is
Oh yeah.
just for grins and giggles. This is down around like Rome, Georgia, that area. They're under the enhanced risk of severe weather in that area. And now Huntsville, just to the west, like Decatur, Huntsville, Alabama area is under a gun as well.
Oh, look at that.
Earlier in Rutherford County, in that area, there was a tornado emergency there earlier this afternoon.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're getting blitzed right now to our south, and
yes, and I'm switching over to the radar at Evansville. And still pretty strong storm in White County. But you go up into Knox County, up around Vincennes, there's some weakening there, it looks like. But that you still have that. Ooh, that is some definite intensification.
yes,
Let's look at it. Between Emma and Monty?
yeah. Wonder about the hail core within that cell.
Give me a second. I'll dig that up for you.
Yeah, where that purple's at?
Yeah, give me a moment,
Sure.
because it's picking up on that as too. There is a little bit of hail, current hail. There you are. That is current hail.
Okay.
And there is a severe thunderstorm warning in that, so.
Yeah. And that's getting closer to the river, so it's about to leave White County.
Yes, but I'm going to go back to reflectivity here. But yeah, no, some definite intensification as that storm is heading towards Posey County, Indiana. But best part of the news is I'm surprised they haven't dropped the warnings yet for Edwards and Wabash counties yet, as the storms have moved out of the area.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too, because given how the line has already moved across the river, and honestly, here it's just kind of surprising to me. You think they would trim that away, but they haven't yet.
Well, and I'm gonna see how this storm down here in Missouri is progressing, because that might be round 4 for some people.
Yeah, if only we could take that cold front and just push it and move it like south of us, that would be great.
You're preaching to the choir right now. We were on Wayne County Now last night, and there was slight risk of severe weather in our area, and capping kind of kept it down here. And during the day today, a lot of cloud cover. That was some good news. And I was talking with Mark Turner over at Mule Nation, and as I was sitting on my porch between This would have been right after I'd recorded the newscast for Wayne County Now for the evening, and before we got back to doing actual coverage, I texted Mark. I said, "This sunshine's not good news."
No, it's not. No, it's not. I saw it even today too. Even after we had that storm, that rain, and the sun came out, I thought, this ain't good.
No. And granted, that was just a general thunderstorm earlier.
Yeah.
So I'm looking back. You see back around Jefferson City?
I do. I see that cell over there just to the east of Jefferson City, Missouri. Yes.
And this is heading due east, it looks like. So let me do a little bit of math, but if it's what I think it is, looks to be maybe going 45.
It's a little bit slower than the other cell.
Still puts it at very early hours of the morning. 243 minutes, so 4 hours.
But again, a lot of miles and
a lot of chance.
Quite a while to get here. Yep.
Yes.
Hoping it'll weaken. Hoping. Fingers crossed. We'd like to mention here on the stream real quick. So I see a comment here about, is Fairfield good for now? I would say so, but we're keeping our eyes to more storms to the west.
Yes, very much so. For now, Fairfield is in the clear. Unless you're trying to go on 161 between Sisney and Centralia. If you're trying to take that road, you're going to have to find another course.
Mm-hmm.
According to Sheriff Chris Odie, power lines down all over that roadway. So right now, tell you what we're going to do. There's still a warning on that storm in White County, but it's showing a little bit of weakening potentially. Let me see.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Just got a text from Odie.
Okay.
Route 45 north of Sisney is closed as well.
Okay.
So US 45.
Again, Dustin, that northern part of the county, was where that pocket of strong wind came through within that line.
Yes. And new severe thunderstorm warning includes the city of Evansville. So Posey and Vanderburgh County under a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for $50 size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Radar indicated Evansville, Mount Vernon, Melody Hill, Darmstadt, Blairsville, and Quezon. Includes I-69 between mile markers 1 and 5, between mile markers 8 and 20 as well, and then I-64 between mile markers 26 and 27.
Pretty sure the alarms will go off over at Evansville, by the way,
Yes.
the sirens, I mean.
A new severe thunderstorm warning, so of course, all or nothing in Vanderburgh County, so they will be setting those off.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Fairfield, Wayne City on the tail end of that rain. The rain has cleared Jefferson County. So you may still hear a rumble of thunder here in Fairfield. But again, the storms have moved off to the east and out of our area.
For now is the key words.
Yeah, for now. I was thinking about those words, and I think, I'll let you say that.
I hope for the night, but
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I've got a feeling like there's a chance we hit our high for the day at midnight.
Yeah, I believe it.
Because
I can see that.
right now, let's take a look at the actual temperature at the Wayne County Airport. Actually, it's at 60 right now, 59 the dew point. So earlier, you could wear the air. It was like 69 dew point at the Fairfield Airport.
Oh, I felt it earlier, I know.
Winds right now, 8 miles per hour, south-southeast. No gust on that. And that is from the Fairfield Airport. Now, between here and Paducah at 71, Dew Point is still 66.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's about, I would say, 75 miles
Yeah.
due south.
And Dustin, Northeast Arkansas, 8180, SEMO, 79.
Yeah. There's definitely still the opportunity to get that. I'm going to have a little fun here. That Costco rotisserie chicken for $4.99.
I ate before the storms actually hit, so I was thinking ahead.
Well, I was trying to start working on my dinner for the evening, and I've yet to get on it. Good news is there's a break in this weather.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, looking back towards Fredericktown, Missouri, looking at that cell a little bit.
It's kind of moving east-northeast in my view.
That's what I'm seeing too, and that puts it Hamilton County,
Mm-hmm.
White County, southeastern Wayne, Edwards.
Again, still a few hours away, a lot of miles to go. Who knows? It could weaken because with it being 67 in Williamson County, 62 just north of Fredericktown, and then 60 here. But I tell you what, I really don't know. I hope it weakens, but you still have some ingredients in play.
Yes, you do. I certainly do. I'm getting into NWS chat here in just a moment to see if there's anything new. I've been busy looking at other things. And looking at some of the latest from the National Weather Service chat. They're looking for reports in Wayne and Jefferson counties. I'm getting ready to...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to type that.
While you're on the chat here, again, we'd like to remind folks what Chris Odie texted Dustin earlier, and that is that Highway 45 north of Sisney, that's closed. The 161 extension west of Sisney, power lines were down. So those areas of the county with damage reports up there, and that was all because of this line of storms that moved through and had the strong pocket of wind with it. Now, at this time, we're still underneath a tornado watch, even though the storm has passed, but we are keeping an eye to cells in the southern part of Missouri that are moving east-northeast, so we could have an overnight round of storms move through. So what I encourage you is stay tuned to Wayne County Now with Dustin Fuller. Stay tuned with that. I know Dustin's had a long day, and I've enjoyed being here with you, Dustin, and providing coverage. And so,
pleasure
but I'm
and
just
privilege.
saying and I tell you what, just keep an eye on Wayne County Now, because you've been on Facebook Live all day, it seems like, minus the power outage, but your coverage, I think, has been outstanding. And so we're just keeping an eye on it for you. Now, for me, I got to work tomorrow, so I'll try to stay up as long as I can.
I get that. Some of us have to work tomorrow, too. Some of us still have to deliver a 6 a.m. newscast. So
Yeah.
we're hopeful we're not having any more severe weather tonight, but new severe thunderstorm warning for Gallatin County. East Central
the tail end of
Saline.
the line.
Yeah, East Central Saline, Gallatin, Southwestern Posey in Indiana, Central Union, and Northwestern Kentucky until 9:30. 8:53 p.m. Severe thunderstorm located near Equality or near Shawneetown, moving east at 55. So Morganfield, Kentucky, Shawneetown, Breckenridge Center, Uniontown, Ridgeway, Equality, Waverly, Old Shawneetown, and Junction under this warning. It's a radar indicated threat, and that is that on that severe thunderstorm warning. Just saw this from Blaine Norton over at Wayne County EMA. Westbound lane of 161 west of Highway 45 in Sisney now passable. Traffic can proceed with caution. That is from Wayne County EMA. Let me look. Emergency Management in Gibson County reporting power lines down across Highway 41 just north of Fort Branch. So that would be around the Toyota plant.
It would be, yes.
So let's.
And there are some people in this area that work at Toyota, so this is important information for them.
Yes. And they have a shift change in about 3 hours, so 2.5. But this would be that part of the storm kind of dissipated a little bit. Let me look at. Let me get the right product up. Not much hail there. Let's look at some rotation, see if there's anything that way. Slight bit of rotation that would have maybe hit that area. Very
By the
slight.
way, on my feed on my end, I think the internet may have went out at my place, but and that's something too about the internet outages. If you're able to live stream us on your phone, mobile device, again, just make sure you have a charger with you.
Yes.
That we can receive information. So, but I've been having internet trouble on my end.
Are you Sparklight?
I am.
Okay. So here at my home studio, we're T-Mobile. So
Okay.
that's one of the few nice things about going off the wireless towers is not having to worry about the land infrastructure as long as the towers are up.
Mm-hmm.
Back into Missouri, that storm, I think, is growing. Let's go back and look at it again.
It's getting bigger.
Yeah, it's starting to. And it's going more of an east-northeast. Oh, and it just went tornado warned. So let's look at it. It's going east at 60. It's radar indicated on that, so let's draw the polygon. That's 60, there you go. Puts it Mount Vernon in 2 hours. Wayne City 2 hours and 6 minutes. So that puts it back in the 11 o'clock time frame.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just getting a notification. Rain's supposed to stop here at 9:14 p.m. Looking out, it's very possible it stops sooner. Sometimes our technology, our phones.
Hey, Dustin, real quick. First of all, I'm having internet issues at my home base in my recording studio. So, but I'm still on. I would like to report, this is from the emergency manager regarding that tornadic storm in Missouri. It says, report a power loss in
Greenville, Missouri, and Wayne County, Missouri. Just to be clear, that's Wayne County, Missouri. Are we talking about the storm with the report from Jeremy Gray?
Okay.
I think that's...
says the town, Annapolis, having a power loss there, according to emergency manager. Exact cause unknown at this time, but that just came in at 8:49, 11 minutes ago.
So, yeah, and that's tornado that could be winds. That could be. Let's look at the rotation. I'm not seeing any rotation there. And that would be, I need to go to radar. This would be Weather Service Office out of St. Louis. So let me look. Closest radar might be Paducah. It has a clean shot at it.
Yeah, it might be.
So, yeah. There you go. That's pretty intense on that. Let's go to high-res velocity. It also looks like straight line wind, potentially.
A lot of lightning with it.
Yes. Maybe some rotation up north. And I think we're getting some images here. Let me look and see. Just got a video and there's also several trees and power lines down. I have a photo that just came in from Kristen Foley up at Sisney with the tree damage. I say tree damage, trees and power lines. So give me a moment. Let me work on getting into it in my computer here. And I will get that image for you and work on pulling that up.
And by the way, guys, my backup feeds are down at the moment. I'm still having internet issues. I'm still hanging out with Dustin, by the way. So time right now is 9:02. Keeping an eye on storms in Missouri. That will maybe still got some miles and a few hours to go to get here to southern Illinois. So again, we're just we like for this event to be over, but we're keeping our eyes to the west, and looks like another line. And Dustin, that's the thing too. If this seemed like this storm, over Fredericktown, Farmington, that area of Missouri, if it keeps, it seems like it's kind of expanding a little bit. It's kind of extending itself out. So maybe another line trying to form the way it looks.
And not exactly what we want to talk about.
I hate to bring it up.
Yeah, not just you. Trying to look and see where I just saved that image.
Hey, guys, do you have any like storm damage? Like maybe in your yard, maybe like a tree limb down, a tree down. You can send it to Dustin at Wayne County Now. I sent over a photo earlier. One thing, Colin, by the way, sent me some photos down in Johnson County earlier this afternoon. So I want to thank Colin for that earlier. I'd like to mention that.
And I will get that image for you here in just a second. I did not get a chance to get that one up for you.
It's okay.
I will get that up here momentarily because I do have it. And I just reprogrammed it into here. So give me a second. And, well, did I not? Show images. This is that Sisney photo.
Okay.
From Kristen Foley.
Okay.
On the screen there. And I'm going to pull up that image you sent me earlier.
Hey, Dustin,
yes.
Let me send in some reports real quick. These are just wind reports in the county. And this is from the storm earlier, so I know it's a little old, but I'm starting to get some reports of that. This was a 754 in Fairfield, 45 mile per hour wind gust at Jeff. There was some trees down and power lines down over the road. It didn't say what road, but it was in the Jeff area. Meanwhile, over at Sisney on the Mesonet, 67 mile per hour wind gust up there. We talked about the power lines on the 161 and 45 west of there. Another report as well. Fire Department and Rescue northwest of Sisney reported a wind gust of 70 miles per hour. South of Flora, several trees and power poles blown down from Xenia east to Highway 45. And then lastly, south of Xenia, 60 mile per hour wind gust. And that was from the storms earlier. I want to go ahead and make mention of that. But at least we're starting to get some reports in of what the storm actually did when it was moving through here. So it looks like just wind, straight line wind damage, as far as we know at this time, across the board so far.
Yeah, I'm continuing to monitor what we have with the Sheriff's Department. Also, other information. As of 8:45, portions of Fairfield and Orchardville have been restored according to Wayne White. Let's pull up the outage map for Wayne White. That is screen 3 here. Let me get back into the software. It would help if I'm in the right screen. Screen 3.
And Dustin, for that tornado warned storm in Missouri, they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning north of Cape Girardeau or Jackson. I just want to let you know about that.
Yes, I did see that. Seems like some of the numbers have started to trickle down on power outages. 293 currently in Grover Township, Indian Prairie 129, Jasper's up to 187, Lamar 205, 156 in Keith Township on the outage. Total 1433 on Wayne White without power. So we go back to radar. Yes, there's that severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible signature with it. So I think they're going northeast with this. And just know I'm going at the center of the line, so I didn't look to see. This is going east at 60. So here we go. East at 60, center cut of the line. If I could type, it'd be great. All right, so that would put it potentially getting into our area if it sticks. Keyword, if it sticks, in 2 hours. Wayne City in 114 minutes, so it's an hour 54 minutes. $125 to Fairfield. So that puts it in the 11 o'clock hour.
That's not my bedtime, so I think I could still stay up for that.
I don't know. You might be able to sweet talk Dr. Gower into getting you some extra time to sleep. I might recommend that. I'm sure he could understand.
Yeah. Well, when duty calls, so
And it's not like you won't be busy enough for graduation on Friday.
and it's gonna be a busy day for Friday, but you know what? So happy for our area graduates there. Congratulations to all of them, by the way. I like to extend congratulations to the class of 2024. Whatever, school, college, university, congratulations to the graduates in our area and region. There's some students that we have here locally that go to universities in our region and even abroad. So congratulations to all of them.
Yeah. And just a heads up, Wayne County Now will be doing a special graduation episode, if you will, talking about some of the high school grads in our area, some of the college grads in our area. It'll be myself, Claire Vaughn, Mark Turner, all doing that. It'll run Saturday, just before FCHS graduation. It'll be on RJ on the Air and Wayne County Now, I believe. And then, obviously, Mule Nation will have the FCHS graduation. Bobcat Nation will have the Frontier graduation. And I will be on hand at both of those. As we're continuing to check things out on the radar, I can definitely tell you that cooler air is in the air right now. And it feels great. 61 at the airport here in Fairfield. 63 in Mount Vernon. And this storm in Fredericktown, just north in Farmington, 64. Down south, Poplar Bluff, 79. That's just different parts of that line.
Yeah.
And it looks like Chester may get it again. Carbondale will get it again. Marion might get it again. That's why there's a tornado watch until midnight.
Yeah, you can see why, National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center, you can see why they, they were pretty persistent leaving that tornado watch up there because I think for some people, they think, the threat's over, but if you look out to the west, you've got another threat possibly reaching southern Illinois. And the way it's at right now, though, Dustin, it's still strong, it's still potent, and it still is getting some energy.
It very much is. And the good news is, look behind Jefferson City. What do you see?
I see nothing.
I see an L.
Yeah.
I am okay with that right now. That would be the front.
Yep. And once that moves through, and what, tomorrow it's going to be sunny. It's going to be pleasant for Thursday. Once we get through this night, then you know what? It's going to be sunny days ahead for a few days anyway. So I think rain chances early next week.
Yeah. Well, and I could tell you this much. Earlier this afternoon, so my air conditioning is out here in the home studio right now.
Yep. I heard.
In here, 93 earlier. It was 93 in here.
Oh, my gosh.
Right now, I'm looking straight over at the wall, 81. I can live with 81. But I think a new AC unit's on order.
Yep.
So
maybe it might go lower than 81, given how it's like 60 degrees outside.
And I've got the windows open.
It helps too.
Yeah. Let Mother Nature do the job of cooling the air.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there's something back even further. It's in the Arclitech. And just so those that might not know, Arclitech stands for Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see that impacting us at all.
Yeah, luckily I think that's going to stay south.
Yeah.
I'm gonna zoom this all the way out for a second. I'm gonna look at the Atlanta radar because if you notice, there's tornado watches all the way from Dallas, extending into north central Georgia.
Yeah.
Like, there's warnings in North Georgia, like the Dalton area.
Yeah, I
Like
just looked at that one.
Yep, I'm looking straight at it right now. I'm getting ready to move back. Let's go back to Paducah radar here at the moment, because that's got the shot on what is going on in Fredericktown, because we're keeping an eye on that. Lots of lightning there. Not to
Yeah.
not to not check up on our friends in Evansville, Mount Vernon, in that area. There's still warnings there. Northern part of the line has basically been cut down to strong thunderstorm advisories. So their threat up around Vincennes, up around Jasper, Davies, Martin counties, for now, good. They're in the clear there. Once this rain passes, no warnings in that area at this time, but the warnings, Vanderburgh County, the leading edge, into Henderson County, Webster County, Kentucky, back into Gallatin, Saline, Posey County. But tornado watch continues till midnight. And this is butting up against the state line. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag for northern Bollinger, Perry, northeastern Wayne in Missouri. Keyword Missouri.
Yep.
And northern Cape Girardeau County until 9:45. Latest on this at 9:04. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from near Roselle to near Lodi, moving east at 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds reported by law enforcement. Remain alert for a possible tornado as well, as tornado possible tag is on that.
And you know, Dustin, the way I see it here, as I look at that storm over Fredericktown, and I'm thinking that I would not be surprised if Paducah, once it moves in that severe thunderstorm warning area, that it's going to issue. And just now, I just saw Farmington and just across the river from Chester being underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. But I would not be surprised if it maintains in strength and intensity. I would not be surprised to see some Illinois counties, being issued warnings as well in advance.
Very possible as
by the way, just came in Fredericktown, Missouri. According to fire department and rescue is the source of this. Numerous reports of power outages in Fredericktown.
yeah. Apparently, there's a report of a tree going through the roof, a home roof in Sisney. So, since I'm seeing that, I'm getting ready to relay the stuff over to the Weather Service.
By the way, Dustin, Ken Odie giving us a shout about us providing weather coverage. Thanks, Ken. We appreciate it. And also, thank you guys for tuning in to Facebook Live. We appreciate it. Again, like us on Wayne County Now. Follow us. Help spread the word about our live stream here tonight. My backup streams are still down. My internet's still down, but still hanging on, though, and just weathering the quietness of the night. You can also put in earlier on, Dustin, I was thinking when that line was coming through, I was thinking Riding a Storm Out by REO Speedwagon. That was the song that was running through my mind. So,
Riders of the Storm was on my list earlier.
a good song.
Yeah, and a new severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible tag on that wind, 70 miles per hour. Law enforcement, trees reported down in Iron County. So, and once again, there's a bow on that line.
Yep.
And by the way, we will have, well, I say we will have. At this rate, we might be doing severe weather coverage at 6 a.m. It's tentative to have a newscast in the morning on Wayne County Now. On the podcast side, you can catch the news podcasts wherever you get your podcasts. They drop at 6 a.m. on the podcast side. They also drop on RJ on the Air and Wayne County Now's YouTube channels, as well as the Wayne County Now Facebook page. And Derek, you have a new podcast on RJ on the Air as well.
Yeah, the Listening Lounge. Yeah, I've been interviewing guests. It just made its debut last weekend with Marty Slover. You can watch that, or listen to it, I should say, on RJ on the Air YouTube channel. My guest for this weekend, I'll go ahead and mention it. It's actually James Murphy, a good friend of mine. He's a local CPA, so we'll be talking about the tax season that just wrapped up. Also, be talking about what it's like to be an accountant, and also it's a pretty cool story about 10 years ago that happened to him. It's pretty fascinating stuff. So check that out. There's also I also create a Facebook page for the Listening Lounge as well, where I post the podcast on there too. So if you guys want to like that Facebook page and follow it, I know I've gotten several people have liked it already. That'd be great. And Dustin, I was getting ready to work on it, then I saw these storms coming in, and well, I'm going to keep working on the pod tomorrow. But hey, I'm almost done with it anyway, so it's all right. But yeah, I appreciate it, and thanks for letting me give a little plug in about it. But and also the salute to Wayne County. That's another thing too. You can talk about that as well. We haven't mentioned that yet.
Yeah, the Wayne County salute. It's presented by FNB Community Bank. If you have a salute that you would like, if you have someone that's in the military, whether it is the Army, Navy, the Air Force, Marines, even the Space Force, we want to give them a salute, courtesy of our friends at FNB Community Bank. Send a picture and information about your friend or whoever you want to shout out in the Wayne County Salute presented by FNB Community Bank. And on Friday evenings in the evening Wayne County Now News podcast, we will release the new Wayne County Salute that's presented by FNB Community Bank. Want to thank Carrie Book and her team for jumping on that.
Absolutely.
As right now, this is probably the first time I've said this in a while. Southern Illinois, no warnings on the board at the moment.
Well, for a little bit anyway.
Yes. So, and you might be thinking, why on earth are they still here? Exhibit D? Is that the right letter?
I guess Exhibit 4, Exhibit D.
As we're watching this developing line that's kind of bowing, and I don't necessarily want to call it a line, but a supercell that's got a bow to it. That's heading to the north and east. That looked like more of an easterly track there, though, or east-northeast.
A lot of lightning with this storm as well. So that's been another story point is how much. I mean, there's been countless amounts of lightning with these cells today, and already seeing. By the way, Dustin, I am seeing some pocket of wind west of Fredericktown. Kind of reminds me of the storm that moved through Wayne County earlier with those darker shades of blue. And so
I think
this
I
is
see, and I see something right on that line, kind of. But yeah, no, I see it. Maybe something trying to work on spinning up in that area too.
and we talked about this earlier, Dustin, about how anytime you have a line like the one just moved through here or like the one in Missouri, you can always have those brief spin ups. And so we just can't rule that out.
No. I know right now we could say there's no warnings on the board. And in our area, that's very true. But there's still a tornado watch until midnight. And the way that line is coming, there's a reason it's until midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be why we just got under the tornado watch in the middle of a tornado warning.
Yeah.
In fact, earlier when we were looking at mesoscale discussions, Wayne County was in the diagram of those discussions highlighted, yet it was the one county left out.
Yeah.
And so everyone understands it's not the local weather service offices that issues the watches.
Nope.
So it's not Paducah, it's not St. Louis, it's not Indianapolis. The severe weather watches get issued out of the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. Just to give a little bit of insight on that. It's not anything local. That's from a national office. The local offices just track the storms on radar, and then they issue out the warnings and start trimming those watches down when they see fit.
It's their call. It's their decision. It's they have more technology than what we have here, and so guys, it's we're still a few hours away, a little over 2 hours away, 2.5 hours away from midnight actually. So we're just keeping our eye to the southwest for now. So hang with us here. And Dustin, I know you said earlier it would not hurt to remind folks. We talked about Highway 45, 161. I know that there's some people that work in Flora that they kind of have like a shift change up there too. So I think the road conditions have gotten better up there a little bit.
Yeah, I believe so. And actually, I think I'm going to work on something on screen to try to work on getting that information out. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, 161 closed, as well as US 45. I think parts of it are starting to reopen, though. We'll have to check into that to verify. That tornado watch continues for Wayne County until 12 midnight.
Also, I like to point out, just happen to have this thought here, Dustin, and that is, even though the storms have, come and gone, if you see any damage, like, let's say like a tree down on a road, or maybe like some power poles that are still down, I highly recommend you contact the sheriff's department. Maybe even if you're in a township, like your road commissioner. I know they're probably busy right now, but someone who clears up the roadways. You never know, because I know this is a big county here, but I was just thinking, it's the middle of the night. It's hard to see, and sometimes you don't know there's damage there until you come upon it while you're driving. So again, if you have any damage reports, I would say the sheriff's department would be a good place to call. Maybe even your local police.
Yes.
That way they can get the word out. So just a thought that I had right there.
It's a good thought there. Looking at the outage map from Wayne White, most of Grover Township is back online. All but 2 people are restored. Keith Township, Indian Prairie Township, the 2 with the highest outages. Almost everyone on Keith Township is without power. 37% in Indian Prairie Township without power currently. And that's where those winds were. And the power lines being knocked down up around Sisney, and that's Johnsonville, and then up around Reinard. As we look around. I think we're seeing some more development down to the south on this little line.
It's trying to extend.
Missouri. Yes. Trying to extend back in toward the Arklatex area. And new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, as well as also northern Union County, northeastern Bollinger, Perry County, northern Cape Girardeau County until 10:30 p.m. At 9:33 p.m. Central Time, severe thunderstorms along the line extending from 7 miles north of Alliance to near Marble Hill, moving east at 50. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the hazard. It's a radar-indicated threat. Carbondale, Jackson, Perryville, Missouri, Murfreesboro, Anna, Jonesboro, Marble Hill, Bollinger Mill State Historic Site, Trail of Tears State Park, DeSoto, Compton, Elkville, Hearst, Ava, Grand Tower, Altenburg, Millersville, Alliance, Patton, and Burfordville. In this warning includes I-57 between mile markers 33 and 39 in Illinois, and Interstate 55 between mile markers 102 and 134 in Missouri.
Yeah, just reading her, Dustin, on that line, over in Missouri, and the way it's looking right now, it's just a line to me right now, a squall line here. But you look at the damage it caused over Fredericktown with the power lines down and the trees down, and so Paducah, getting counties warned ahead of time. Carbondale, they just had storms move through this afternoon, and so another round for them. And I also noticed the considerable threat tag with it. So looks like, again, the wind damaging straight line wind, the primary threat. And it's, as you mentioned earlier, bowing out. So, and I'm looking here on my radar here, Dustin, on my end, and it's already to Perryville, Missouri, and I-55. So not that far away from the river. So it's getting pretty close.
Just got a message asking if they said how long it might take. Someone has family that lives in Fairfield and has to go to Florida to work, and I completely understand that. I could tell you I've not gotten anything from Sheriff Odie, and looking at the pictures, I'm gonna take a moment and go to a picture we received here a little while ago. That's just some of the damage. I think that might have been on 161 extension. Krista did not tell me exactly where that was, but considering their power lines down and trees down, it's going to take a minute.
Yeah.
So that's the best thing I can tell you is it's going to take a bit. Once we know it's open, I could pass that along. I had someone else comment they had to backtrack to get home.
Yeah.
Tanya Ellis commented to someone that she had to backtrack to finally get home. And Davis County, Kentucky now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, yeah, Owensboro. Yeah.
Yep. And that was the storm that went through White County and Vanderburgh County, I believe. So I'm going to hit the play button on that because I think that's turned southeast. Yes, it has.
Interesting.
Right now, good news is on that line that's down around Perryville. Let's see what this is. Just a reminder on Tornado Watch.
Oh. I am looking at the storm over in Missouri, and this line, it looks like it. We talked about earlier how it's blowing out. I'm getting some readings here of 68, let's see, 70, 71, 69 mile per hour winds. I'm also getting, just kind of inspecting the storm for now, 72. So pretty good wind with it. Coming through and getting across the river.
I'm going to look at Murfreesboro, for example. I think they're not getting any wind at the moment over that way. But again, this is back around Perryville, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up on the I-55 area there, and this will be to the south of Chester. Now, there's another warning that may be triggered for the Randolph County area because of this warning here in St. Genevieve County.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a tornado possible tag on it.
Yep,
Also, tornado possible tag on the warning in Perryville, but not for the warning involving Jackson County and over into Union County, Illinois. We'll zoom back.
And Dustin, you were talking about that storm over the St. Genevieve, St. Mary area, I noticed I'm seeing it on my end. I'm not sure about yours, and I can only flip back and forth on my phone a little bit here, but I am seeing a little bit of rotation in that area. And that look off of the Paducah site.
Okay, let me working on correlation coefficient. That's in St. Jean. Would it be over southwest of St. Genevieve?
It'd be in the northern part of that line there, kind of like
Yes.
St. Mary. Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing something to the north of St. Mary, it looks like, potentially.
Okay.
That
Okay.
that's lining up with the correlation coefficient. Let me switch it over to MSMR here. Or MRMS. And let's go with make sure I'm in the right radar. So rotation around St. Mary. I'm not seeing much around St. Mary on rotation.
Okay. Well, I thought maybe there might be like a little couplet or broad rotation in that area, but
Yeah, it's not picking up on there, but correlation coefficient was trying to pick up something in that area, and let's go high res velocity, storm relative velocity. Maybe something there, but not much, if anything. If anything, it's broad. If you're just joining us, no warnings in the immediate area. Jackson County, Union County in Illinois under severe thunderstorm warnings. Until I believe 10:30. It's 9:44 right now. So we still have about another 2 hours on this tornado watch, and I don't think they're going to be dropping it early. Based on
no,
this.
not at all. No.
And I could say Purdue, or not Purdue. You can tell I've been up quite a bit the last 48 hours. Paducah.
Yeah.
Let me say Paducah, not Purdue. We're not talking college basketball. But
I had to laugh. Man, that was funny.
yeah. And now we have it recorded, and it's on the blooper reel. We'll add that to hot yoga, and let's see what else I can add to that. Hot yoga at the RJ on Main Studio.
Yes.
That's a long story that I think I could tell you off the air.
Yeah, that would be
unless you know.
Story.
Unless you know already.
No, I don't. But tell me off air.
Yes.
But yeah.
I I'll text you one word and you'll probably get it.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, just got it.
Yes.
Yep, just got it. Okay, back to reality here. Let's step
Yes.
back to reality here, and we got storms our southwest. By the way, I like to introduce ourselves. I'm Derek Dunn, Dustin Fuller on Wayne County Now. By the way, we are still live. We are tracking storms to our southwest that's starting to enter to the southwestern part of the state of Illinois. We do think, though, just based off of the storm track, I know Dustin's been doing a phenomenal job with the storm tracking here. It looks like the way these storms are going in Missouri, they still have strength and they're still got power as they're making their way to the northeast. I do have a damage report over in Perryville. I got an MPing report of 1-inch tree limbs broken, shingles blown off. That was at 9:44, so 3 minutes ago. Also, I am seeing the bowing of the line already, and I'm inspecting the winds here. So far, I mentioned earlier it was about 65, 70, and I'm seeing here as we hear the car horn go off the alarm, I'm seeing winds right now about 60, but look at the stronger winds to me anyway on radar, and I know Dustin could probably confirm this, but it looks like the Marble Hill, Marquand, Zalma area looks like the stronger winds are down in the southern part of the line. So just based off the velocity data I'm seeing on my end.
Let me go to velocity. This high res velocity, Perryville. There is, looks like straight line wind there.
Yeah.
And these are about to enter into Jackson County. And by the way, I just put a storm track up on the screen. That's based at 55 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne City, 81 minutes.
Okay. That's a little over an hour away from now.
Yeah, that puts it at 11 o'clock, which is kind of what we've been talking about.
Yep.
For impact times.
Yep.
So I'll just put that list. I'll leave it on screen for you so you can see it. Go back to a more traditional radar view. And just to understand, that's the strongest part of the line that we've got a track on. And it could potentially impact Wayne County.
Yes.
So there's also some scattered storms up northwest of that track, kind of up around the Marion County area, up around Salem, Sandoval area right now. Nothing severe on those up that way, but just keeping an eye out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to jump on Facebook because I don't get to jump on Facebook when I'm working on this site very often. Just to clarify, it's not that I don't want to get on Facebook. It's sometimes it does not work out.
And there could be information on there too. You never know with the social media channels now. If you get information from a verifiable source, a good source, authoritative source, then there could be some information on there to pass along.
Going to take a look at some of the comments on the stream. And speak of, I'm hearing myself. Let me mute myself. There we go. Yeah, Michael Copeland, we could definitely tell you power back in Grover Township. We've seen it everywhere in Grover Township. Um, and Pete, thank you for finding us on Facebook. We appreciate you guys. And Ashley Tucker, we also thank you for watching as well. Thank everyone watching, whether you're watching right this second or have been watching. I don't think I could say it enough, and I've probably not said it very much because I've been busy with everything else. So my apologies for not being as not maybe coming off as thankful as I truly am for you joining us this evening. And by us, I mean Derek Dunn and myself. Just two old radio junkies. Are you still there, Derek? I think I lost. There you go. I think you're there now.
Yeah, I'm here now. Dustin, I may have something here.
Okay.
Let me see here. Well, maybe I don't know. Let me see here real quick. I thought maybe I had other. Never mind. No, I had to step outside for a moment. I actually tried to get some footage of the storm coming in at my house. I sometimes like to kind of like record storms coming in because like shelf clouds and all that. And
Yeah.
so
It's good stuff.
I have like a video camera that's weatherproof and my camera's soaking wet. So I'm trying to get that dried up a little bit. But other than that, no, I'm just, just looking along with you and here with you until, try to stay with you here until the threat passes or weakens.
Well, last update as of 9:46 p.m., so about 7 minutes ago. 605 without power on Wayne White. Most of that in Keith Township, but once again, that is up where Keith and Indian Township is where they had the biggest part of the winds in our area. So just looking at that info from Wayne White, and I don't think we could say this enough. Whether it is the daytime or in the middle of this, a special thanks to our linemen and women for
Amen.
getting out in this. And I don't tell this story very often. I just recently lost my mom in January, but my mom worked for Duke Energy over in Indiana for 3 decades. So it takes a lot to make sure power gets from the power plant to your house, to say the least. So, and without the linemen and women, we wouldn't have power at our homes.
Dustin, I have an update
Okay,
on the storm to the southwest. I'll go ahead and read it off here.
go ahead.
This is regarding the Jackson Union County storm in Illinois, along with Bollinger, Cape Girardeau, and Perry counties in Missouri. At 9:52, severe storms are located along a line extending from 9 miles east of Perryville to near Jackson. That's over in Missouri again, moving
Yes.
east at 55 miles per hour. The hazard so far is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It is a radar-indicated threat is the source. The impact is expect damage to roof siding and trees. Locations impacted include Carbondale, Jackson, Perryville, Murfreesboro, Anna, Jonesboro, Marble Hill, Bollinger Mill State Historic Site, Trail of Tears State Park, DeSoto, Cobden, Elkville, Hurst, Ava, Grand Tower, Altenburg, Millersville, Alliance, Patton, and Burfordville. This also includes Interstate 57 in Illinois between mile markers 33 and 39, Interstate 55 between mile markers 102 and 134. Again, a reminder that a tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for southern Illinois. And again, that update just came in 4 minutes ago. But I noticed here It says 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and radar indicated. I think earlier it said, and Carbondale is now underneath the tornado warning that just popped up on my phone, and I might as well, Dustin. I'll go ahead and handle that too. I can pull it up on my phone if you want me
Yep,
to.
I have it here. I just saw it pull up on my screen. So give me a second.
Okay.
I'll get that. There's 3 different things popping up. Hold on. There we go. I think the computer's even though the computer lost power briefly, I think the computer's tired. Till 10:30 on that tornado warning. By the way, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say tornado warning. I'll go ahead and read the information off and give your computer a little bit of a break here. You could actually probably have it on the tornadic warning storm. But again, National Weather Service and Paducah has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Union County, southern Jackson County, and southeastern Perry County and southeastern Missouri. So again, Union County and southern Jackson County, northwestern Union County, excuse me, southern Jackson counties in southern Illinois, and southeastern Perry County and southeastern Missouri until 10:30. So just a little over 30 minutes. At 9:55, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Altenburg, or 12 miles northwest of Trail of Tear State Park, moving east at 55 miles per hour. The hazard so far is tornado because of that tornado warning. This is radar indicator rotation as the source. Again, radar indicator rotation is the source. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. So this dangerous storm will be near Grand Tower. That's around 10 o'clock. Carbondale, Murfreesboro, and Cedar Lake area around 10:05. DeSoto around 10:15. Hurst around 10:20. Now, other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Frona, Maconda, and Gorham. So again, as a precautionary preparedness action, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. I would also like to mention this too, Dustin, while we're on here. Especially, it's the middle of the night when visibility is low.
Yes.
And I always say this when I do severe weather coverage, that tornadoes are hard and difficult to see at night. So
Yes.
you can only see a tornado by way of lightning and power flashes. So don't just be outside when it's a tornado warned storm to try to get footage of it and to try to go viral. This is where you want to go inside because you won't see it until you see that lightning or power flash off in the distance. And so I just want to go ahead and get that out there because tornadoes are deadly in the middle of the night. It's just you just can't see them unless you have that lightning or power flash. So, and this line, it has generated some tornado warnings over in Missouri, and so this line could you could have a brief spin up of a tornado, and even weak tornadoes can cause damage. So I encourage those. I know there's some people here locally who have some friends, maybe some relatives in Carbondale. May want to alert them about this if they don't know already.
Very much so. And another thing too, this is something that I got told years ago and kind of don't think about it, but might be good to make sure you have shoes and clothes on.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that just to be funny or anything. I'm saying it because you don't know if you're going to have to leave your house, and well, you don't want to. I don't need to install an image in anyone's picture, or brain, but you know what I mean. In the sense of you need to be prepared in case you have to deal with things outside of the home.
Yeah, especially when and I'm just saying here, if you have any tree limbs, if you have maybe some shingles with nails in them, anything like that, always good to wear shoes, foot protection, and like I say, clothes on as well. So totally agree with that.
As this continues to track north and east, I'm going to go ahead and now put a track on this. It is a bow, and we're going to track it through Wabash County as this is going north and east. And I believe, did you say that was going at 55, Derek?
55, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's put the track on, and here you go. Let me move that tracker box. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Cape Girardeau and down south. That severe thunderstorm warning for Union, Pulaski, Alexander, Scott, in Missouri, Central Cape Girardeau, northeastern Stoddard in Missouri, until 10:45. At 10 p.m., severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from near Trail Tier State Park to near Bell City, moving east at 50. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the main threat. It is considerable damage threat on here. It is radar indicated. Locations in that warning include Cape Girardeau, Jackson, Scott City, Anna, Chaffee, Cairo, Jonesboro, Advance, Orion, Benton, Trail of Tears State Park, Cobden, Mounds, Dongola, Morley, Tams, Mountain City, Kelso, Karnak, and Bell City. Includes I-57 in Illinois between mile markers 1 and 39, and I-55 between mile markers 76 and 105. And a reminder, tornado watch continues until midnight. But taking a look at the path of this storm, by the way, and I'm seeing outages in Richland County. I'll get up there in a second on those power outages for those that might be watching up that way. But 93,000 in the path of this potential storm between where it is now in the state line. And it's scheduled to reach Mount Carmel in less than 2 hours, just before midnight. If we want to let that sink in for a second. If it holds up, it's set to hit the Fairfield area in an hour and 18 minutes. And for those that are still wondering why we're here, there's still a tornado watch, and we've been watching this.
Yep.
Mentioned there were some power outages in Richland County. Ameren reporting 465. I think it's either Ameren or Norris Electric. I can't tell which. I think it's Norris. That's saying 465 without power. So I have to look at the outage information from the Richland County area. By the way, 70 in Carbondale, 66 in Marion, pretty much, over at the airport. As we keep seeing a bow in that line.
I do too.
Looking at velocity data. Anything maybe north of Howderton? Between Gorham, Howderton, and Poplar Ridge. Maybe. Hard to tell.
Yeah. Yeah, you do see that blowing out on velocity data, and then you see kind of like still over in Missouri, I think is the strongest wind pocket, Dustin. That's according to my radar. I don't know. That's what it's looking like to me so far, anyway.
So we go back to the traditional view. Let me get out of. Iron County, 2,500 customers without power, so almost half of the county without power. And they're tracking, that was, I think, wind damage in that area that caused that. Back around Salem, not that many. St. Francois County, 1,000 out St. Genevieve County, 742 without power. So we're seeing some of that data. And one thing to note, once that line is passing, they're starting to trim counties out of the tornado watch back in Missouri.
So yeah, we still got at least maybe a couple more hours to go, 2 to 3 more hours to go.
Yeah, I think we're going the distance.
I think so too. I think so too, because that tells you that the Storm Prediction Center is pretty confident that once that line moves through, then that should be it. That should be the end of it.
So tornado warning just now to the south. This is western Kentucky and southeastern Missouri. So central Carlisle County, northwestern Hickman County, south central Ballard County in western Kentucky, central Mississippi County in southeast Missouri, northeastern New Madrid County, goes until 10:45. 9:54 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near East Prairie, moving to the east at 30. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail. The radar indicated threats. It should be coming up on Charleston, East Prairie, and Anniston. It actually should be past there now. Wyatt around 10:15. Other locations impacted include Columbus, Arlington, and Blandville. Includes I-55 between mile markers 55 and 65. And then Mayfield, Kentucky. Tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Mayfield, Wingo, Fancy Farm in that impact statement.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Dustin, obviously when you think of Mayfield, you think of the tornado a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And then you look at, I'll tell you what, this cell over at the Anniston East Prairie area, you look at the hook on that thing, and it really stands out to me. And there's some lightning around it. And I'm glad that cell is not going to impact us. But that still goes to show you that even down south, we talked about the ingredients earlier and how we're still seeing, tornado warnings. We're starting to see cells still firing up and, causing some rotation and everything. So it's just it's pretty crazy how it's been going on for several hours now.
Yeah, looking back, some of the other places in southern Missouri and northern Arkansas about to get hit again. That's been a repeating trend tonight. The hits keep coming.
Mm-hmm.
See if there's any update on the warning this way.
There is an update on the Carbondale.
That's what I just pulled up. 10:03 p.m.
Okay, go ahead.
Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending 7 miles southwest of Ava to near Trail of Tear State Park. Moving east at 45, so it's slowing down a slight bit. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, radar indicated threat. Locations in this warning include Carbondale, Jackson, Murfreesboro, Anna, Jonesboro, Trail of Tear State Park, DeSoto, Cobden, Elkville, Hurst, Ava, Grand Tower, Altenburg, Ware, Cedar Lake area, Makanda, Dowell, Alto Pass, Vergennes, and Verona. Includes I-57 between mile markers 33 and 39, and I-55 between mile markers 102 and 114. Tornado watch continues until midnight, by the way. As this is being looked at through the Paducah radar currently. Let's see if we can try to get updated information on that. It looks like, and this might be some good news, some weakening. Now, granted, there is a tornado warning on this. There's some weakening in that line.
That is true.
After it hit the Mississippi, it started weakening a bit.
And Dustin, I'm beginning to wonder, just a theory on my part. I'm beginning to wonder if it's because since we had that line move through, and it may have cooled the air a little bit, it may have sucked up some energy
Yes.
when it came through. And so I'm beginning to wonder if, I mean, there's still some juice there, but it's not nearly as much as it was, like, let's say, like, the evening, afternoon hours. So I'm beginning to wonder if that is the reason why. If so, then, it's working in our favor a little bit.
I just jumped into the Weather Service chat. They're still concerned about circulation over extreme southeastern Perry County, Missouri, and Jackson County, Illinois, as they're still watching that. Williamson County, so Marion and Heron areas would be the next in line if that circulation is there. Let's look at I think I see why. Poplar Ridge, Etherington, that area to the west of there. Let's watch it on a track. Green is inbound, red is outbound. And that does not necessarily constitute a good thing like that.
No.
And what I'm talking about here, I'm going to circle that right there is what I'm seeing. A little bit of something there. And a little more something that way. Correlation coefficient. The way it's pushing, though, it's like there is a leading edge of wind. Not really seeing, I mean, maybe a little bit in the correlation coefficient there. Let's look at it a little differently. Ooh, there we go. Maybe something to the north of Pomona.
Hey, I tell you what, I'm looking at that area too, and I am seeing a lot of lightning in that area, and so
Yes.
I could see why. Um,
Now this might be slightly delayed compared to the to what I was showing earlier with the velocity product, but definitely crossing into Jackson County from Union County. Something to be looking out on. Southern Illinois University is in the line of this warning, by the way. Granted, I don't know if they're still on campus at this point,
I have no idea.
because most schools are starting to pack up for the year.
I'll be curious about Marion and Heron, Carterville.
They're seeing, well, this is what I'm getting in NWS chat. According to the warning coordinator, she is saying that starting to weaken a little bit on the rotation, and they may be dropping that warning soon.
Okay.
Which,
They just dropped it.
yep. Well, I think it expired at 10:15 anyway. But there's still a severe thunderstorm warning on that. That's for another 14 minutes. Latest was at 10:03. Thunderstorms are along a line extending from 7 miles southwest of Ava to Deer Trail to your state park, moving to the east at 45. So these have slowed down a little bit.
They have. They were going 55 earlier.
Yeah. So that slows the timing down into getting into Wayne County. And if you think about it, it's only 3 counties out of Wayne County. I think Carbondale is a 2-hour drive from here. It's only 3 counties.
Yeah.
If you do the math.
Right.
Maybe 4. It's more along 4, but it's still not terribly far. And lots of lightning with that still. But that line is starting to weaken, and as we were talking about, I think the temperature a lot to do with it. 61 at the airport here in Fairfield. 70 in Carbondale. So what I'm thinking in my mind is there's a chance that weakens even more as it heads to the northeast.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign. And for us, I believe that is the finale of the night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see any of these storms. Like in let's say like Sykeston or Western Kentucky, they're not coming up here. It's just that line from like Pinckneyville, Steelville, Carbondale. That part of the line is really our focus here. And so we'll see what Paducah and the Storm Prediction Center do here regarding the I-57 communities like West Frankfort, Johnston City, Marion. It has weakened a little bit, I could tell, because it was over in Missouri. It looked pretty nasty, to be honest, but I think it's starting to lose a little bit of its punch, but still potent, though.
About 30 minutes ago, New Madrid, the storm down that way, ping pong ball size hail, and the MPing report. About 5 miles south of Minor, Missouri.
Yeah, I just now saw that too, yeah.
Right now, tornado watch continues until midnight.
Got a little thunder shower to the north of us over in Clay County. That's kind of went through Salem and moving east-northeast there. It's not severe, but probably get a little lightning show, a little thunder, rumble of thunder out of that.
Yeah. Now, the one thing about it, strawberry season definitely in Wayne County. And I was looking at some pictures earlier, and it seemed like Freelands was hoping this stuff would try to stay away and not impact the strawberry crop over there, but haven't seen any. I've not checked in over there to see if there was anything that way. Other than they're busy still trying to pick enough strawberries.
Going back to the line that moved through here earlier, Rod, and Dustin, I don't know if you mentioned it or not, but I just happened to see these reports here on my phone. This is at 8:40 again near Fort Branch, 72 mile per hour wind gust. I trained spotter in that area. And then There was even in Fort Branch power lines down all over the
Yes.
road, and okay, and in Monroe
Those
City,
U.S.
damage there.
Monroe City, Indiana, or down in Missouri?
Monroe City, Indiana. Yeah,
Okay, Knox County.
yep, yep.
Okay. Um, so yeah, US 41 was closed for a little while. I've not heard yet if 41 is back open. This would have been near Toyota.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um. Hey, Dustin, I just got a report here.
okay.
I don't know if you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, but near Heron, Carterville, I don't know if it's a late report or not, but I'll go ahead and relay. It says 1020 homes, buildings completely destroyed. It says wind damage.
That could have been from the tornado earlier.
Okay, it just came in, so I just don't have to see it.
Well, keyword is reporting that information safely. Just got this from Sheriff Chris Odie. We were asking road update. Route 45 north of Sisney will likely remain closed overnight and into the morning. Numerous poles down in that area. 161 west of Sisney is open. So this is going to affect those potentially that work in Flora that go up 45 to NAL. And some of the other plants up there, you'll need to probably go. Obviously, there's a few other ways you can get to Flora from here. You can take Enterprise Road up and get on 50 and go west that way, or go up through Orchardville if you can get through Orchardville. 161 is open. But they're saying it'll be tomorrow morning before 45 opens. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Jackson as well as Union counties in Illinois until 10:30. It's about another 7 minutes. And Jackson County just got, actually Randolph County has been dropped from the tornado watch. So my guess is we're going to start seeing counties maybe drop, or they're just going to hold on until midnight.
As this line continues progressing to the east, talked about earlier just now, actually, about how the counties are being trimmed. So I think for folks in those counties, it's got to be a sigh of relief. Even though some may be sleeping, but for those that are still up and thinking, what a day, you can say that.
Wayne County Now has been on a stream since 11 this morning. And we were on stream for several hours last night for what ended up being nothing. But so tomorrow there's no severe weather in the forecast. And I can tell you there's a county board meeting tomorrow night. That'll be 7 o'clock at the Wayne County Courthouse. I'm sure we'll talk about it in the morning on Wayne County Now's Morning News Podcast. And by I'm sure we will, I'm going to make sure that's in the copy. Maybe some intensifying a little bit, trying to intensify, at least rain-wise. No, they've just dropped the warning for Jackson County.
Hmm.
a few minutes early. So, just a line there, and waiting to see what happens down south. As we're starting to see another bow, as that's gone through Carbondale and getting ready to head into Williamson County. These are going now at about 45. Puts that potential storm in Fairfield in about an hour and 20 or so. Hour 10, 68 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's if it
Dustin, by
makes
the
it.
way, on Twitter, I have sent over what you just posted regarding Route 45 north of Sisney. I've sent it to the National Weather Service, along with some meteorologists in our region to help
Yes.
spread the word.
Yeah, I will put it in the chat as well. I hadn't made it that far yet.
By the way, guys, would also like to mention here, as Dustin is, um, taking some time real quick. Wayne County Now, we're still live. We thank you guys for tuning in. So far, obviously, we're bringing you weather coverage and also relaying news, important news. I know a lot of people want to know about the travel, the roads, and I also want to give a big thanks to Chris Odie, the sheriff, for relaying information when he can to us. I know those guys are busy, and also want to thank the linemen, emergency first responders that may be still out there. But anyway, guys, just want to go ahead and say, like Wayne County Now, follow us for the latest in weather information and updates. If you have any questions, Dustin is keeping an eye on the chat. We got a little break in the action for now, but we are keeping our eyes to the southwest of a strong line that could be moving into our area within the next hour and a half to possibly 2 hours. The line has slowed down a little bit, but we'll see here. It's starting to weaken a bit, but still potent. And a line from Pinckneyville all the way down to right about Dexter, Missouri. It's a long line, but it has produced wind damage over in Missouri. So we just cannot let our guard down. It could always ramp back up and strengthen again. So just can't overlook any storm, any line by any means, any supercell. But it looks like we have this line that's formed over in Missouri. It's traveled a long way, but still got some miles, a little bit of time to go. We'll see if it continues this weakening trend, and hopefully it does because we're all kind of tired.
Kind of tired?
How about tired? I'm going to say tired and caps, all in caps.
There's a reason that some of us have chose to retire from radio, right?
Broadcasting school is paying off so far. So
Yeah, it is. I'm not saying it's not.
But we do appreciate you guys hanging with us, and also the compliments we've received. It does not go unnoticed. So thank you for the kind words, and I know that Dustin is at his house and I'm at my house. We're not in the same room, by the way, and but we'd like to. But I'll tell you what, guys, we will. Once Dustin gets the AC unit and installed and everything, we'll team up and we'll do some live severe weather coverage together. So
Yeah, by the way, it's 79 in here right now, so
yeah, little progress.
it's livable now. But the windows are still open. And maybe this next line will cool down a little more. If it comes.
Yes.
If and only if you've been in algebra class. Too bad it wasn't last night, though. A new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Williamson. Carrier, oh, this is a large warning. So, Eastern Union, Pulaski, Northwestern Massac, Northwestern Pope, Johnson, Southern Williamson, Southern Saline, North Central Alexander, West Central Gallatin. So pretty much to the state line until 11:15. 10:30 p.m., severe thunderstorms were along a line extending 7 miles northwest of Goreville to near Olive Branch, moving east of 55. Radar indicated. Locations impacted include Harrisburg for the fourth time, Vienna, Goreville, Dongola, Tams, Cereal Springs, Karnak, Lake of Egypt area, Dixon Springs, Carrier Mills, New Columbia, Ulen, Stonefort, Cypress, New Burnside, New Grand Chain, Pulaski, Buncombe, Belknap, and Eddyville. Includes I-24 between mile markers 1 and 28 and I-57 between mile markers 12 and 49. Remain alert for a possible tornado. As tornado possible tag on this. And they've already had tornado in that area today.
Yes, they have.
It was a large and dangerous tornado. Turned into a PDS tornado warning.
Hey, you know, Dustin, the one thing I noticed here too is, and I call it, I guess maybe a silver lining. I try to find, positive in a situation such as this here with this
Yes.
weather event. But you look at the northern side of that line, there's no warning issued for it yet. So
Yes, that is, and that's what is kind of targeted for this area. If you watch the track. So that is some good news. And I don't think it's because Paducah's sleeping.
no.
They've had as much sleep as we've had.
Yes.
In fact, I think they've been going since last night.
Yeah.
This latest radar data just coming in.
I'm seeing on my end, it looks like a line on my radar for right about kind of like the northwest of Goreville part, like west of Goreville through Dongola, Tams, that area. Seems like that's where the strongest winds are. Whereas if you go north of that, like let's say like west of Marion and Carbondale, you're not seeing as much of that strong wind. So I feel like the southern half of that line so far has got the strongest wind if you had to kind of cut the line in half, so to speak. But
Right.
but it is approaching I-57, especially like the Goreville, Marion area.
Yes. And I've got the storm-related velocity on there. I'm going to go high res on that. And spectrum width. See if there's anything there. Not really too much showing there. Good news is we're seeing a weakening trend with some of this. But down around Mayfield, another tornado warning there.
Yeah, I see that too.
It's radar indicated, though. That's the good news.
Dustin, on your radar, I'm starting to see, north of that line, I'm starting to see some cells trying to get going west of Centralia and a little bit west of Mount Vernon. It looks like to me that line is trying to extend a little bit further to the north. They're trying to connect.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too. And this would be into western Jefferson County if it does. Then also into Perry County. And Perry County's been under enough of it too today.
Yes.
Pinckneyville. Oh, Pinckneyville has been on the list at least 3 times
Yeah.
for tornado warnings. I think they're
Mhm.
happy not to be on that list right now, to be honest.
Mhm.
They're not under, well, they're under a tornado watch for another hour and 23 minutes,
Yeah.
as is everyone on this side of the river. Do I dare look and see if there's anything mesoscale discussion related? And to answer your question, Greg, I don't know if you're watching us on Facebook right now, asking about Big 4 Enterprise Road. To my understanding, that road is open.
As I mentioned earlier, just going off of that, if you do come across any damage, maybe like a tree down on the road, maybe a power pole that's been blown down. I know it's dark and visibility is low and can be hard to see. Contact the sheriff's department just to relay that information. That way they can get the word out to either them or the road commissioner, maybe even one of the crews in Wayne White to handle that. So again, if it was during the day, we'd probably be able to see it a lot better. But because it's at night and there's just darkness all the way around, uh, just something to keep in mind about for those who are traveling at night.
This is kind of to the east of our area, according to information from EMA in Davis County, Kentucky. They had numerous reports of trees down, house damage in Owensboro and Davis County, and several outages power-wise. And mostly that's on the west side of Owensboro.
Yeah, I see that too. That's from the emergency manager. So
Estimated 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, heavy rain in Metropolis. That came down just a moment ago. So let's go down. There is currently a severe thunderstorm warning involving Metropolis, Central Pulaski County, West Central Massac County, Southeastern Alexander, Central Ballard, Northwestern McCracken, North Central Mississippi County until 11. On that. A little bit of a cell up in to the west of Mount Vernon around Woodlawn. No warning on it, but we'll go ahead and keep an eye on it for the second. So it kind of bloomed just as it went east of Nashville.
yeah, it did. I noticed that too. I was playing back the animation and so that line just trying to extend a little bit further to the north. So right about Carlisle now, I guess you could say, kind of snakes its way down. Benton and West Frankfort and Heron and Marion getting impacted by the line right now. I am also seeing here on radar, I'm inspecting the storm, the line right about the West Frankfurt Freeman Spur area. Seeing some winds. Mainly, it's been about 65 to 70 miles per hour that I'm seeing here. Um, so starting to get it's a little bit aloft when I'm looking at the wind speed, but you kind of wonder how much of it is, like on the ground, like ground level. But something to keep in mind about as this line continues to move.
By the way, plenty of shear to work with some of these storms and out in front
Yes,
as well. That's another reason why we're seeing some development at 10:42 in the evening on
yes.
this Wednesday evening. This is just the night that never ends.
Feels like 40 days and 40 nights. Um, it's like or like someone putting a song on repeat, just nonstop.
I think the latest sweep just we're seeing more development back. I'm going to zoom in northwest of Waltonville, something in Waltonville too. That's the latest sweep there, and it's about to connect. It's starting to connect just to the east of Scheller in Emerson City. So this is almost connected to that line.
Yeah,
So I'm not
and
seeing, and this is trying to go up into Marion County and north of Marion County and Fayette County as
yeah.
well.
And Dustin, I'm starting to see here right between Benton and Christopher. It looks like a little hail core, um, maybe some quarter-sized hail possibly um,
Let
in that
me
area.
let me go to Hail Tracker here. Just a second. And right now, I think we're going to get the cleanest view. Now this is the. Let's go to
Uh,
current
I'll look,
hail
yeah,
on
look at the
this.
Evansville radar site here.
Right now, this is kind of a picture of all of them at once. But you were talking about hail core, Christopher. There you go. There's that hail. You were just talking about it, trying to
Yep.
in the last hour. It was trying to do a little bit between DuQuoin and Elkville. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Eastern Union, Pulaski, Northwestern Massac, Northwestern Pope, Johnson, Southern Williamson, Southern Saline, North Central Alexander, and extreme west central Gallatin until 11:15. As of 10:30 p.m., thunderstorms are along a line extending 7 miles northwest of Goreville to near Olive Branch, moving east at 55. Possible tornado tag on that. So I'm going to pull up Evansville radar here. It's going to have the cleanest shot into this. Ooh, Franklin County. We're seeing some intensifying between Valier and Benton.
Yeah, we are.
Let's see where that's going because that could be Hamilton County that gets that. Maybe southeastern Jefferson, northeastern Hamilton, and would potentially get into Wayne County and move towards Fairfield. The way that's starting to track. I think they just said 55 on that line. Let me put a track on this. I think the computer is refusing to work at this hour. try it again. There we go. Bellriven 21 minutes, Dahlgren 22 minutes, Pyopolis 27 minutes, Wayne City in about half hour is potentially in the line of this. Fairfield 45 minutes. So about 11:30, and we're seeing intensification in this storm just to the north of Mount Vernon along the Illinois 37 corridor. It's between Dix and Mount Vernon. So let's look at this a little bit. Yeah, that's starting to intensify there. Lightning popping up. And that's moving due east. So I think we're going to see, and that looks like maybe 55 as well. Wayne City in about 19 minutes, Fairfield in a half hour. So
Yeah, it's pretty much snaking down I-57, and Mount Vernon getting clipped by a storm. Right now, it seems like the northern half of the line has strengthened the past 30 minutes or so.
oh yes, and there's a little notch that I'm seeing, and I say little notch. Let me go back to reflectivity. You'll see what I'm talking about. Just look just west of Mount Vernon.
I see it.
Yeah, I think you know what I'm looking for.
Yes.
And it looks like there may be some broad rotation there. No warning on this, by the way.
No.
So looking at correlation coefficient, not seeing anything. I'm going to look at storm related. Green is in, red is out. Reds and blues mixing together is not good.
No, it's not.
And we've got reds and blues mixing in that area. So
I am seeing a little bit of lightning with it too.
yes.
So
have not heard anything from the Weather Service. This is a Paducah County, so this would be the Paducah Weather Service office's call on whether there's a warning issued or not.
oh wow, look at that.
On which part?
I'm on the Evansville radar side. Look at Mount Vernon. Is that?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing you are.
Whoa.
There's got to be a warning issued at some point in Paducah on that. So I'm just going to go ahead and say I can't issue a warning. I'm not an authority to do it. But what I would say, be prepared. Be prepared, and I'm going to put a track on this right now. This line's been heading to the east at 45. I'm going to put it into Albion. There we go. Wayne City in about 18 minutes. Keensville 16. Blueford in 10. Wayne City 18 as mentioned. Derek, I just got your text. Getting a reminder of the tornado watch in my phone from... I think my phone is fully charged finally.
Okay.
Today, it's been one of those days. Yeah, I was seeing the same thing you were.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, you see this little gray area that's kind of behind it. That's an inflow or yeah. So I'm gonna switch over to velocity. There you are. I think this is what you're seeing. I don't know what Paducah is seeing, But, and I'm going to circle our map, very intense rotation. And I know that's a big
Yeah.
circle, and that's not a very good circle. My D minus in penmanship is really showing up on computer art right now. But there's something there.
Yeah, and Dustin, this is near the I-60, I-57, I-64 where they split at,
Yes.
or the Mount
So,
Vernon. So
yeah, and correlation coefficient not showing much there at the moment. If that's, yeah, there's something.
yeah,
There's definitely evidence of rotation, in my view. Let me switch to MRMS, and we'll go to. It's showing a little bit. It's showing rotation a little differently than what I'm seeing otherwise. It's not showing hail. This will be going back to the Evansville radar. There's something. A little bit, maybe some weakening in that, but on that scan, but I don't. Another thing to consider, you're not going to have a temperature difference between Mount Vernon and Fairfield.
no,
Also, there's probably more energy in the air because Fairfield's only had one real storm come through.
pretty much.
So there may be some additional. So waiting to see what Paducah does.
Yeah, and again, Dustin, I'm also looking at and I on the velocity data from Evansville. I don't know if you're seeing this or not. Maybe it's just because of my radar, but south of Macedonia, I'm seeing a little bit, maybe perhaps rotation there too. So, and that'd be like on the leading edge of that line. And we talked about it earlier, how could be some brief spin ups that occur along the line. So, and that could be again a possibility. Again, it's at nighttime, so be hard to see, but still possible that still have some ingredients in the atmosphere and still got some juice.
Very much so. I'm getting into NWS chat here, see if there's anything.
While you're doing that, Dustin, I'm going to go ahead and be back in a few minutes just to analyze and everything. So I'll be right back.
Okay. So right now, if you're looking on Wayne County now, you can see we do have a track on a storm that's been developing in Jefferson County. It's now to the east of Mount Vernon, moving at about 55. Wayne City in about 13 minutes. Boylston, 22 minutes. Fairfield in about 26 minutes right now. And right now, communicating with the weather service at Paducah. while we are currently scrolling down the line. So that line extends into western Kentucky now, and then goes up through Salem into Marion County. It's kind of snaking around, as Derek and I have been talking about. Storm is about 25 minutes out of Fairfield, and it's a pretty strong storm. We've seen some rotation with it, and continue to see rotation with it. This is southeast of Mount Vernon. A little bit of something on high res there. Storm relative. Yeah, there's... And that's in the heavy cell there. So Fairfield about 24, 25 minutes out from this. Golden Gate 33, Mount Airy 34 minutes. Albion 42 minutes, so those that are over in Edwards County might want to be prepared as well, as we're seeing some velocity data. I mean, that's something there, potentially. Looking around that area. For a little bit of rotation. Looking at the dual pole information, a little bit of stuff there. So that's on the correlation coefficient. So this is just west of Wayne County entering Blueford. So right now, those in Wayne City, Keens, this is starting to head your way. Blueford, it's on your doorstep. There's no warning on it. As we're keeping track on this, there's some lightning. We've watched this storm bloom up a little bit. And let's watch this a little bit. At this point, Wayne County considered a slight risk of severe weather as the shift enhanced just going south into Hamilton County. So means we're getting closer to the end tonight. And I think once this line passes, we will be past our chance. There's definitely rotation in that line as well. As you can see, we're watching it on the radar rotate around a little bit as well. Just watching the storm.
Hey, Justin, I'm back on. I'm seeing that little bit of rotation southwest of McLeansboro. Also, still seeing a little bit of it, kind of like in the Mount Vernon area still. So
Yes.
I,
So,
I am hearing, I'm hearing some thunder as well.
yes. I'm going to go back to high res storm velocity. And it looks like there's a little something. This would be southeast of Mount Vernon. And I'm showing it right in maybe this area. But also I think there's also some broad rotation in that area too. And I'm hearing something. Let me see what it is. Yeah, I'm hearing your thunder too. I think they've dropped Jackson County from the tornado watch. That is the case. So Jackson County's dropped from that watch. So is Randolph County. And I'm sure they're happy. This is the reflectivity. This is about 20 minutes out of Fairfield.
Mm-hmm.
But the rotation I'm noticing, you might be noticing something different. But watch the storm as it moves through Franklin County. A little counterclockwise turn in that
Yeah.
bow.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still rotation aloft in this line.
Yeah. And I know that if we have any rotation, I stress the word if here, but if we have any rotation, it would be along Highway 15, right about the Blueford area.
Yes.
But it looks like that rotation on the velocity data that I'm seeing has weakened
Yes,
as
I'm
it's
seeing
pushing
that
through.
too. I was seeing that just a second ago. This is the reflectivity, high res reflectivity. Let me go storm velocity. Not to say that it can't potentially, once it gets into Wayne County, start to intensify.
Right.
And just to be clear, this is still about 20 minutes out of Fairfield.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no warning on this. For those that might have gone to bed because, well, the worst of it has passed, I think I would wait until this passes.
Yeah. For those of you that maybe had gone to bed and maybe you woke up because of the thunder or lightning, getting some storms coming through, but it's still strong and has shown, at times signs of rotation. And it really looks like to me also, down there near Broden, that rotation is weakening a bit.
A little bit. That's on storm relative velocity. Starting to hear the wind pick up here at Fairfield. 62 out at the airport right now, or right at the moment. I'm going to put this in motion. And that portion of the storm, that's Blueford area, is going to go between Fairfield and Barnhill. Wayne City may see this. So let me put a track on it. I think this is going about 55. Going due east. Get you a tracker. Middleton in 2 minutes, Keens in 3 minutes, Wayne City in 6 minutes, Boylston in 15, Barnhill in 19, Fairfield in 19, Hubbard in 19, Mill Shoals in 20, Merriam in 24, Burnt Prairie in 25, Tom's Prairie in 26, Golden Gate in 28, Scottsville in 30, Ellery in 32. And just note, there is no warning on this. We're just giving you a heads up. We've seen rotation in this. We've seen some things that may be a bit concerning. The Weather Service at Paducah is not seeing that concern that we see. And that doesn't mean that sometimes the rotation is hard to see at nighttime as well on the radar. And if it's rain wrapped, if there's anything rain wrapped. So the edge of that is hitting between Keens and Wayne City right now. Coming up 15. There's a new sweep of data. I'm going to look down the line here in just for a moment. Thing is, there's no warnings currently on that portion of the line, by the way. Going into Metropolis, up through Hamilton County into Jefferson County and Wayne County. Now, maybe an outflow starting in White County, just to the west of Carmi. Just looking at some things there. What are you seeing on your side, Derek? I think Derek might have stepped away for a second. Of course, this was mentioned earlier. Derek and I are not in the same building right now. I am in my house. Derek's at his house. Just to give you a heads up, we're doing this remotely. A little bit of weakening on that cell. Still a bit of rotation aloft as well. Might have been something east of Mount Vernon trying spinning up too. Tornado watch continues until midnight.
Oh, sorry, Dustin. I had my mic muted.
Yeah, I knew there was something.
Yeah, I was talking and didn't even realize it. I was eating a chip actually. I was getting hungry, so I was like, I gotta eat something. So
My dinner's still sitting in the microwave. It's been sitting there for a few hours.
let me say what I was going. Let me repeat what I just said here. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're seeing the line blowing out from Xenia down to like Bell Rive. Could be indicative of maybe some some gusty wind, especially in an area where they just had some power lines being down and possibly some trees down in the Sisney area. The 161 extension, Highway 45. Not what you want to see, but hopefully that maybe the wind is not nearly as strong. But I'm looking here on velocity data. It seems like to me the strong wind is coming in. I'm looking at areas like Ewing, for example, Spring Garden, Waltonville. See some wind behind it, but that's what I'm seeing though. But other than that, when I look along the line, I'm not seeing much in the way of rotation, but it's just more like, again, it's still a strong line. No warnings for it, but certainly though, with the rumble of thunder and a crack of lightning at night, you may have just woken up. We're here with you until the threat has passed. So, but it's right now impacting Wayne City, just to the west of Jeff and Sisney. Xenia getting a little storm right now. The line snakes its way through Belgrave and Dahlgren. Heads up for those of you on I-64 as well, right where Mount Vernon is and the Wayne City McLeansboro exit. We go down for those of you on Highway 45, maybe just right about Springerton, between Springerton and North City. That part of the line is kind of a little bit ahead here. And so certainly keeping an eye on that for you as El Dorado and Harrisburg are getting here
Again.
some severe storms or strong.
Yeah, there's no warning on any of that line that's moving through Illinois. In fact, right now, I don't think we have a warning in southern Illinois, and
We don't.
we don't. The nearest warning, you have to go looking for it. Down in just north of Murray, Kentucky. By the way, this is something I'm just now seeing. Down in Alabama, in DeKalb County, Alabama, a tornado emergency has been issued.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, for those that don't understand, let me pull up the information on it.
Mm.
Tornado warning or tornado emergency in effect until 11:30. As of 11:08 p.m., a confirmed large and dangerous tornado was located over Henniger, or 9 miles north of Rainsville, moving east at 20. Tornado emergency for Henniger, Hammondville, and Mentone. It's a PDS. Take cover now. Deadly tornado radar confirmed, however.
Yeah, that's and that rotation for that cell is just impressive.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to jump on that right now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There's definitely. And
Oh, wow. I see the correlation coefficient on it too. That's nasty.
yeah, very much so.
Back up here to Illinois.
Yep. Getting ready to drive back up that way. I'll be there in about 6 seconds. Just don't tell the state trooper that, please.
Yeah, we won't do that. What was the meme that was going? What was the meme that was going around? Like the temperature dropped, like it saw a state trooper, and
I've seen that.
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson vehicle, I think.
Yeah.
And let me get to Evansville radar site. There we go. Leading edge of what now looks to be a broken line is, I would say, approaching the Campbell area. It's just got past Sims. Mayberry, about to see this. There's a little notch there, but we're going to look at this. Just some heavy rainfall appears at this point. As that's heading towards Fairfield. I don't know about you. This is sometimes I kind of like looking at the radar just to see what type of images you get. It almost looks like some bird that's ready to give you a punch if you look at it. Kind of close.
I can see that. Looks like someone just walking on the radar. Like when I look at the or like a guy on a surfboard or something. It's like you're trying to figure out like a cloud formation. You know, like what do you see in the clouds and. Would also like to mention here too, for those of you that just tuned in, maybe because the storm woke you up, tornado watch in effect until midnight tonight. We're 40 minutes away from it being expired, canceled. Also, no warnings for Southern Illinois at this point, but a strong line. It's been going since Missouri, since really the western side of Missouri has made its way over here. But this line is not nearly as strong as the line that we saw a few hours ago. It's kind of broken up a little bit, but still strong though, and can still see some gusty winds under severe levels, maybe some small hail. But again, some lightning as well. Looks like some lightning is concentrated right about Wayne City area, so maybe getting a little bit of a light show over there, and even just to the northwest of Sisney. But looks like the lightning show going on over there in the Wayne City area, but pretty much up and down Highway 45 if you're like from Springerton all the way down. Fairfield, it's right there on your back door. Jeff, you're on the leading edge of a Sisney, getting hit right now along with Flora. So, and also Highway 15, in case you're wondering there, just to the west of Fairfield, right about the airport, starting to come in. And even I-64, right about to about the Wayne City McLeansboro exit, all the way to about, we'll say about near the Woodlawn exit. You're starting to get some rain there. But all this activity moving to the east, and then once it moves out of here, guys, that's when we should see the watch frost being trimmed. We also can tell you that Dustin will have some news for you regarding the severe weather in the morning on Wayne County Now with the podcast. So, and also there may be some more information released during the overnight hours. And but for now, though, this line continuing to move to the east. But starting to hear the thunder right now over Fairfield. But again, just a strong storm. No warnings out.
As we continue to watch this now broken line of storms, I'm hearing the thunder outside my window here in Fairfield. As it's pretty much the broken line is parting near the airport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It joined just by Blueford and then kind of broke up over by the airport. Sisney, just north of Sisney, getting some heavy rainfall. Up toward Flora if you're going up 45 that way. Well, you're probably not going up 45 that way. It's been closed for a while.
Right.
And according to Sheriff Odie, it may be closed into the morning. So for those that need to go to Flora, you'd probably want to take a alternative way than US 45.
Yeah.
Good news. We've been dropped into the slight risk category completely for severe weather. And I think that's going to start going even further south
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
once this
I think.
passes.
Yeah. The southern part of the line is the strongest part right now. Um, And this is the final line, by the way. So you want to say it's the final event. This is it. That's moving through our local area now. Um, but again, this line not nearly as strong as the one before, but still, again, still got some lightning, some heavy rain with us. So be careful if you happen to be traveling out and about on this soon to be Wednesday. It's Tuesday night.
It's Wednesday night, Thursday.
Wednesday, whatever day it is. I don't know. Uh,
We're both I think fried at this point.
Well, I've been on the phone with you for about 3 hours and 40 some minutes. And
3:42:37.
way to be accurate because I was trying to I was trying to round it up. But anyway, dude, it's like this is where I'm starting to like. Okay, it's time for me to go to bed, but at the same time, I was like watching the radar for now at the moment.
Well, we're almost done. I mean, I think
Yes.
we are almost done.
Yeah.
As I don't think at this point we're going to see any more warnings.
Hey, Dustin, I'll say this for Southern Illinois, who's, I mean, obviously, I think went through a lot today with the weather. I think I talk about the silver lining, and that is a positive that I think we all can take. Uh, it's just, you kind of begin to wonder when's it ever going to end? When's it going to stop in terms of the warnings? And so far, all the warnings are down to our south. I mean, you look at the Boot Hill and Western Kentucky; they still got warnings out. Well, up here we really don't, but it's certainly some good news, at least, some positive news. And I am looking, by the way, um, and those guys down there in Kentucky, there's already flash flood warnings out. They're just getting trained over and over by this rain. Um, so be
Well,
careful if you haven't been traveling out about tonight, because there could be some flooded roadways out there.
and we'll definitely. I imagine we're going to see some flood warnings on area rivers in the next few days as well.
That too, yes.
So Little Wabash, Skillet Fork, even on over to the Wabash, over at Mount Carmel, potentially. Bumpaw Creek over by Albion. As this watch continues for another 33 minutes. Who's keeping track, really?
I think you're the only one. I just wanted to end.
32 minutes and 25 seconds, I think.
Oh, boy.
Do want to say thanks to those who have put out or who have sent us videos, sent us photos.
Yes.
If you have photos you want to send, you can send them on our Facebook page. You can, if you want, you can email them to news@mywaynecountynow.com. You could text it to 618-737-9996. That's our Wayne County Now News tip line. As it looks like this line is starting to get back together down south. Well, the line's not been, but it's splitting further apart up north.
Yeah.
I'm going to zoom that out. Because pretty much I don't think we're expecting anything to pop in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, right now the heaviest. Starting to hear some rain right now in my house. Some moderate rain. Heaviest of the rain in Wayne County, right between Wayne City and Fairfield, west of Barnhill. Could even have some not quite quarter-sized hail, but maybe less than that. So, got a red core just southeast of Wayne City, west of Barnhill, southwest of Fairfield. That appears to be, in terms of Wayne County wise, the heaviest part of that cell. Again, the line gets stronger as you go further southward, but for us here, broken up line starting to break up, but still trying to hang in there, feels like to me. But this is the final round. For some areas, it's round number 4. For us here, it's more like round number 2. So, but still moving to the east. I'm keeping an eye on it here for you. You guys may have just woke up because of the rain and thunder and lightning, and but we're here to provide you analysis and coverage using our radars.
Right now, the tornado warning or tornado watch that was issued from the Weather Service office at Louisville, a lot of that's been dropped. And I think it's because what we are seeing here is starting to drop below severe limits.
Mm-hmm.
So we've seen Louisville counties dropped from watches. Indianapolis counties, I don't even think went under a watch, other than maybe early on. But yet we still have a watch here, and that I think was because they were waiting to see what happened with this portion of the line. And the watch ends in about a half hour anyway.
And I was going to say, had this, and that line that moved through here earlier, if that was the last round and you didn't have this round going through, I think, National Weather Service, I think they would have just, done away with the watch. But I think they were optimistic a little bit. And I mean, this line did do some damage in Missouri, so let's not forget that. But
no, definitely not.
I think for them, I think they were just rather be safe than sorry. in
Yeah,
that regard.
I think so. And if you think about it, it's better to keep the watch there and be twiddling thumbs
Hmm.
than sleeping and have something destroyed.
Right. Yeah. And again,
As
it's good to be prepared, not scared, and and really just keeping people informed of the incoming storm. Um, Given this event, I mean, this event today has just been, um, there's some lives that are forever changed. There's areas, we talked about Harrisburg earlier. There's some areas that are, you know, there's people going to be picking up the pieces. So we'll say we're thinking of those folks that have been affected.
yes, I read about damage up in the Sisney area, not only to the power grid, but some trees that have gone through roofs up that way.
Hmm.
Uh, I'll be going through storm reports overnight that have been relayed to the Weather Service to see what in our area has taken place, and I'll probably work on a story about that before I go get a nap. And I'm going to call it a nap at this point
Yeah.
because I got to turn around and be up at 4 to get everything ready for the podcast that drops at 6. And
Really,
tonight,
Dustin,
go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm going to send you, I just sent you a news item. I don't know if you got it or not, but I'll let you know about it.
Okay, I'll be watching for that here in just a second. Okay, I got that.
By the way, we'd like to mention, reiterating Kenody's post from earlier, please remember 911 is for emergency calls only, not to report storm damage.
Yeah, non-emergency lines work just as well. And also, too, if you want to report it through Wayne County now, we can send that report to the Sheriff's Department, EMA, and the Weather Service. We can take care of that for you. As we're, this might be good sleeping weather since there's no warning on the map. And there's continued weakening on this cell as it's moving in toward Fairfield. Let me go back here. Heaviest of rain looks like it's going to go just north of Barnhill. Golden Gate's going to see that. Albion will see some heavy rain in about 20 minutes or so. And a train to go with it.
Yeah, I'm hearing the train myself.
I'm going to go ahead and hit this once again. Power outage map. Currently 462 without power in Wayne County. That's according to Wayne White. Most of that is up in Reinard and Johnsonville areas. As that's where the worst of the storm came through earlier. 231 of the 462. Half of the outages, exactly half, in Reinard and also Johnsonville areas. You don't normally get that very often, that it's exactly half. So we'll zoom out on this a little bit. The leading part of the line getting ready to cross over into western Kentucky.
Saw a pretty good lightning flash outside my window, and we are getting some lightning here in Fairfield and Mill Shoals area. Getting some heavier rain, got a heavy rain pocket near the New Hope curve. By the way, someone asked about Carmi. Carmi right now, you guys are on the back end of the leading edge of storms. You got some light to moderate rain for at least an hour and a half, 2 hours probably. But the back end of it is actually about I-57, the back end of that rain. So starting to see the last final round already leaving the I-57 corridor as it continues to push east. So getting the heavy rain and lightning and maybe some pockets of gusty wind for now, maybe some small hail, but the back end of that rain about Mount Vernon, Illinois, and on down. So in case you're wondering, Salem is in the clear, Centralia, Pinckneyville. So again, silver lining, trying to find a positive. So we're almost through this.
And I'm just saw a nice flash of lightning outside my window. And clap of thunder.
I'm not gonna lie, I just jumped in my seat as soon as that lightning hit. So I'm heart kind of skipped a beat there for a moment.
I can understand.
Leading edge of this, by the way, Albion, this is starting to enter into Edwards County and West Salem and Bone Gap and Grayville, and then, Wabash County. You guys are enjoying a nice little break, but heading towards Mount Carmel, Keensburg, Allendale, St. Francisville. So,
and
routes 30 and 1.
Someone mentioned that radar in Evansville showing a TVS marker west of Johnsonville and rotation south of Wayne City. I'm seeing some stuff on rotation right now. That is rotation there. I'm going back and I'm going to... No warning on this, reminder.
Right.
Just to be clear. High velocity data. Something back around Johnsonville. There's not really... Let me go to storm relative. It's not really too much right now to look at, but
No.
definitely seeing people jump back in as it's lots of loud thunder and lightning in Fairfield.
Yeah.
No warning, just to be clear. I don't know how many times we can stress this. There's no warning. And as we look at the radar right now, this is heading towards Edwards County and Albion. Since there is no warning, the watch will be dropping in 18 minutes. With no warnings and no watch, I think we're going to shut it down around midnight.
Yeah.
So, unless the Weather Service dictates otherwise. Or if we get a warning, we'll jump back on. But I think once this gets out of the area, we'll be smooth sailing the rest of the night.
Yep. Yeah, Mount Vernon, Illinois. Right now, you guys are about in the clear, except for the east side, Waltonville, Dix, that area. The rain and storms have passed you. So, again, once, as Dustin reiterated, once this line moves through here locally, then that should be the end of that. Um, this is the last event of the night. Um, but it's we'll have some light to moderate rain behind. What we're hearing right now is the thunder and lightning. You'll hear some rumbles of thunder every now and then, maybe a lightning strike or two. But the heavier stuff moving through Fairfield and Mill Shoals and on its way to Albion and Mount Carmel and West Salem. So again, those on Highway 15 in Edwards and Wabash counties, routes 130 and 1. Even the country highways. Just be where you have some storms coming in. Probably even seeing it, given as long as you have a good line of sight, then you might be able to see what's coming in terms of lightning and maybe getting a lightning show over there in Edwards and Wabash counties.
So, just to be clear, this is precipitation. Up here,
Right.
we've seen maybe an inch if we're lucky. This is down south. Lots of rain.
Yep.
As it's 11:45 on Wednesday evening. By the way, I think I'm going to say 1.5 sleeps from the next It's a Beautiful Day in Fairfield.
Yes.
I have not looked to see who the guest is Friday yet. I know it's out. Do what?
I'm trying to remember too because I saw it too. I can tell you real quick.
Yeah, I was getting ready to jump on and look and see on my side what it might be. It might be quicker if you do it.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm already there. Let's see. It is. Well, let me see. Let me go back down a little bit. Marty Vaughn.
Okay, yeah. I thought it was Marty Vaughn. I wanted to verify, and I've not confirmed until a moment ago, just now, and I'm seeing it here. But I know it was talked about Tuesday morning. Had the privilege of being the guest Tuesday morning, so
Yeah.
hard to believe that's technically yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting at this point it was yesterday.
Yeah. Same here.
I'm going to pull up the outage map. It looks like they're making some progress up in the Reinard area on those outages. Also in Orchard Township. So Keith and Orchard Townships getting closer to being restored. Indian Prairie Township, which is the Johnsonville area, that is definitely the worst area of power outages on Wayne White currently. We go back to radar. I want to say thanks to those watching on Facebook or YouTube. And I could
Yes.
tell you that our night is about over.
Mhm.
I think I could say that point blank.
Yes.
As the tornado watch expires in 13 minutes.
Back edge of the line in terms of Wayne County wise, anyway, right by the Jefferson Wayne County line. So, again, it'll be raining for about the next 30 minutes or so before we start to see that move out. May have to give it maybe, given how big Wayne County is, probably about an hour, maybe up to an hour and a half, give or take, for the rain and storms to completely be moved out. But so there's some rumbles of thunder here and there, and even maybe getting maybe a little bit of small hail right on the Golden Gate area. Seeing little pink shades, if you will, pink pixels, um, right about that area there, down there at the Golden Gate bottoms. So looks like the rain has lessened up a little bit at Mill Shoals and Springerton, Wayne City as well. Sisney, you guys are about to be in the clear. Um, Clay City, Xenia, Flora, no rain up there your way. So this is really on its way out of here. But Edwards County getting it right now. The Albion, Route 130, and then Wabash County about to enter there.
As these storms continue to show a weakening trend, as it moves into Albion, Edwards County, Mount Carmel, we'll see this in about, I'd say, 20 minutes or so. But the back edge of the rain is back at the Wayne-Jefferson County line. So Jefferson County almost done with the rain. Wayne County, it's starting to exit your area. Reminder on Mule Nation Saturday is Wayne County, Fairfield Community High School graduation. On Bobcat Nation Friday night is Frontier graduation. Both those will be taking place at the new Center Street School Gymnasium. Normally they would be in the Mule Barn at the high school, but due to ongoing renovations, that is not available. Which I think once those renovations are done, they just dropped the tornado watch. So
Yeehaw.
I think we could sign off safely now. Anything else you would like to say tonight?
Oh man! First of all, it was an honor, a privilege being here with you, Dustin. I know it's done remotely here, you in your house and I'm at mine, but I think we just by going off of the compliments, the people, just by what people said, I think just relaying that information in a timely manner and keeping people, even people that were, in line for the storm, and then even though there may be a county or two away, but it's always good to have information that way. As I say, it's always good to be prepared and not caught off guard. And so this was, I think, wanted to get together in person, the two of us in the same room, and
yes, at some point.
Yeah.
At some point, and who knows, maybe we move everything downtown to the 200 block of East Main.
Well, we may have to. They have a basement there, so in case of
Yeah.
you never know. But
Might
I
have
was
to
gonna say, yeah, it's
might have
been
to take it up with the powers that be in that building.
yeah, true that, yeah. but I would say, but no, it's been fun chatting with you as well as the listeners and the viewers, and great job as always, Dustin. I thought your coverage was excellent. And by the way, I was looking. I know analytics are huge, and I happened to see. Well, before we had that power outage, it killed our streams. But I did see that you had 3,800 views um,
Yeah. And
for the stream prior to the power outage. So that tells you that people want to know this stuff. They want to know
they
what's
do.
going on, and is it going to impact their community? What routes they take, their workplace. So all that is vital news.
Well, I will tell you what I could tell you is we will try to have the most up to date information on this tomorrow morning on the Wayne County Now News podcast. Should drop around 6 in the morning. And I say should. Might be shortly after, depending on when the upload gets in place. So I will tell you it will be a work in progress in the morning on that. Derek, I appreciate your help, your insight on what you've seen on these storms as well. I know, weirdly enough, we both share a former employer, and we both sat in this chair of keeping track of the severe weather on the airwaves. So, pleasure to work with you, and look forward to the next time.
Absolutely, sir. Same to you too. And again, great job with the coverage. And I also want to say I recommend those. Like and follow Wayne County Now, but also, RJ on the Air, Mule
Yes.
Nation, Bobcat Nation, all those channels, because there's going to be more content this week. So just, if you haven't done so already, like and follow all those channels, and that way you see the content and like it and share it and help spread the word.
Well, I think that's going to wrap it for us. Derek, thanks once again for joining us. Thank you, our viewers, for hanging with us. I think it's been 12 hours and 54 minutes, but I think I am ready to say good night.
Good night.